50% or something like that. But we're certainly leave that into the discretion of the local biologist, how many takes to issue. Also, we are amenable to a later hunt further from the rut if this provides a higher confidence level for the department. Furthermore, our AC would prefer a resident only or a resident preference. However, that effort becomes problematic. It would just be our preference. Proposal 18, we were unanimously opposed. We would support if only it was the only option for a drawing hunt on Zarembo, but felt 5 tags was too low of a number to allow for growth, and the dates were too early. Proposal 19, we were unanimously opposed. We felt a rifle hunt during the rut could lead to overharvest. Proposal 20, we were unanimously opposed as well. The northern portion of Edelin does not have near the elk population that the southern portion does. Many boaters leave Wrangell, and they utilize different areas hunting, and weather conditions can dictate whether or not they go around the east side or the west side of the island and where they might hunt, and they might run into other hunters in one area and kind of move to the next bay. So the crowding of hunts has not been an issue that needs to be addressed by regulation. We feel a lot of things we do is competition, and they would prefer to just have the opportunity over an exclusive thing that they might never get an opportunity to. Proposal 21, we were 8 in favor and 5 opposed. This is another proposal I authored from conversations in our advisory committee. We feel singled out with the Unit 1B, C, and 3, that being the only area in the state with this broken antler restriction. In the past, a few individuals altered antlers, and those individuals should have been cited rather than a blanket regulation that affected everybody. The minority opinion felt that this regulation was needed to avoid past practices by a few. Proposal 22, we unanimously supported this, the proposal to legalize the use of motorized vehicles and in general support the ease of gathering subsistence resources in an efficient manner. We were also concerned of this setting a precedence of not being allowed to use motorized vehicles. Proposal 27, we were unanimously opposed. We do not feel like it is needed, and dog walkers should not have a preference over trappers in all areas. We also feel it would preclude younger trappers and provide a hardship for them to get into trapping. Thank you.
Concludes your testimony for the AC?
Yes.
Questions from board members? Got a question from Ryan. And then
Thank you, Chris. Thanks for your testimony. We've heard a lot about Zarembo Island, and internally we've talked a lot about Zarembo Island. And overwhelmingly, at least what I'm hearing, is there's interest in having opportunity over there. Would you favor, or from the AC's perspective, and maybe that's unfair to put you in that spot, so I get that, would you favor having that opportunity now, or actually sitting down and coming up with a game plan to increase that opportunity down the road a little bit?
I believe that the hunters that are over there feel there's a harvestable surplus now. I mean, certainly, if we're going to manage on the state's sustainable principle, then we would do so with the numbers. We feel that the state, the state put those animals there, whether it was the legislature or the department's in charge of managing them, and we don't feel that there's been enough effort put into what the population truly is. And, there's an aerial survey, and it doesn't show much. These guys feel that there's more elk there than that. Certainly, we're looking for a confidence level from you. But they're of the opinion that if we're never going to hunt these things, then let's get rid of them. Because it's their opinion that they're overbrowsing the beach areas where deer are going to end up in a hard winter. They're eating the blueberry bushes down to something that a deer just can't eat.
Thank you very much. Perfect.
Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Really appreciate the testimony there, Chris. My question is on proposal 21. I mean, how common is it when you guys are hunting moose to spot moose with broken horns or horns that will meet the legal definition?
So there's a lot of broken antlers and weird configured antlers in the hunt on the Stikine River, especially in some of these areas. We've heard about the forestation and how the vegetation differs from up north. And there just is a lot of, Captain Frenzel knows that, I mean, there's animals that are taken away that have broken horns that might have been legal anyways. I mean, there was one out of Petersburg this year, it was like, it looked like it was legal. To me, it would have been legal. It would have been a fork, but it was broken, and it happens a lot naturally, or else they wouldn't get them showing up and taken away as a broken antler when it really looked like it would have been a legal animal. So when you, like our recent trooper that came down, he just like, these don't look like up north animals. They tried to fashion our horn restriction off of the Yukon moose, and they're not the same.
Additional questions? Did you have anything else to add to that on your own behalf?
I'd just like to note that there's, if you look at the comments, there's overwhelming support for Proposal 17 in the personal comments. There's a couple that are opposed, but they're kind of opposed. They're not from the area, and they're opposed to kind of all the proposals in the book. And so, and I'd just like to, maybe for the record, yesterday there was a question about elk tagged. And there was an answer that there was a lot of elk tagged on Edelin. And to my knowledge, in meetings that we've had in RAC, there was one elk that was tagged on Zarembo. It was tagged on the northwest end of the island, and when it woke up, it ran all the way to the southwest end of the island on the road system. And I think because of that, the department has this feeling that the elk that they're seeing in one portion of the island are also the same elk they're seeing on another portion of the island. And I got lots of hunters that are like, we've seen them in different parts of the island, big herds on the same day. So I'd just like to make that clear.
Thank you. Stash has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. His name? Yeah. About proposal 21 again. That looks like it was your AC's most controversial proposal, 8-5. And with all that harvest numbers going up and success rates going up, how much do you think this, if we adopt this proposal, how much do you think it'll impact your bull-cow ratio, and how much more harvest do you expect will happen?
I don't know how much it'll affect our bull-cow ratio. I feel like there was a lot of moose sighted on the Stikine this year, and there was just a lot of in-between moose. There wasn't a lot of spikes. There's not a lot of over 50s. There's not a lot of 3 brow tines. And hunters are really seeing a lot of 1x2 brow tines, 1x1 brow tines. Nice big mature animals, but we're not really getting to over-harvest those over-mature bulls. Yeah, what happened in the past was that there was individuals that altered horns, and one of them was with a chainsaw, one of them was with an axe mark in it where he missed. And in my opinion, those individuals should have been cited for altering horns. It was always illegal to alter horns, and yeah. So it got to the point where everybody thought they could do it because nobody got in trouble for it initially.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. Next, I think on our list is Carol Damber.
Good morning, Board. Thanks so much for the opportunity to provide comments. I love this public process. I think it's so important. As I state, my name is Carol Damberg, and I'm here representing the Alaska Wildlife Alliance as the president of that organization. I'm a retired U.S. Fish and Wildlife employee of over 30 years. I worked mainly with the National Wildlife Refuge System. A lot of that was in the lower 48, but I was able to work the last 10 years here in Alaska. 7 of those were as an inventory and monitoring biologist, and 3 of those years were working as a regional subsistence coordinator for the Fish and Wildlife Service, supporting the director in his decisions for the Federal Subsistence Board. I'd like to say that the Alaska Wildlife Alliance was founded by Alaskans back in 1978. We're an organization exclusively focused on Alaska conservation issues and supported by a membership that's very diverse and has a majority which live and recreate in Alaska. Although some folks try to tag us as anti-hunting and anti-trapping organization, we are not that at all. Many of our members, including myself, enjoy hunting, fishing, hiking, skiing, and all those fun things that happen in Alaska. The proposals that we submitted, Proposal 45 and 47 through 52, were submitted with the hopes that the board will adopt several of them so that Unit 2 wolves remain off the threatened and endangered species list. The Alaska Wildlife Alliance did not join with the other conservation organizations to petition for this species to be listed. We don't want to see it on the endangered species list. Actually, we want to see the state manage the population sustainably into the future in a way that maintains its genetic diversity. Proper management of the population will keep it off the list. The proposals we submitted were designed to provide you with a range of options to improve and clarify the management of wolves in Unit 2. We applaud the state's efforts to manage this wolf population to a defined population objective. I'm not sure we've got it right yet, though. We also support the tremendous efforts by the state and their many partners to collect the data to inform population estimates. However, we're asking the board to consider putting in place a population objective that is based on a professional analysis of the Unit 2 wolf data that considers the diverse factors that influence the health of this population. We're also asking the board to couple that population objective goal with an in-season monitoring to ensure that post-harvest population is maintained at the desired objective level, whatever that turns to be. Yesterday, we heard some excellent presentations on the genetics of Southeast wolves that indicated that there is recent inbreeding issues with Unit 2 wolves, and it spoke to the implications that this could have on their long-term survival. We also heard some excellent presentation about brown bears that highlighted the types of data needed to determine a sustainable population objective and a sustainable management plan that considers mortality, reproduction, harvest, denning sites, survival, etc. I ask, why can't we do similar work for Unit 2 wolves? If Unit 2 wolves are listed, then we need to ask, could this be avoided? Alaska Wildlife Alliance recognizes this is a controversial population. There's a great deal of interest focused on its management. I and the executive director were lucky enough to participate in the Prince of Wales Deer Summit this past September. It was an amazing organization of people and experts talking about deer management, wolf management, habitat management. Alaska Wildlife Alliance respects the needs of the people relying on the deer resources of Prince of Wales Island, and we respect the desire of trappers to engage in trapping for subsistence purposes. We heard firsthand from the island experts that habitat loss is a primary driver to lower deer populations, with a myriad of other factors such as climate change, predators of both wolves and bears, overharvest of does, disease, etc. The list was long. And we also heard the frustration of trappers wanting transparent and predictable management of wolf populations. In closing, I ask the board to give our proposals some significant consideration as you deliberate. Taking a precautionary approach to management of this population may be a vital step until we have the resources to actually determine what is a minimum viable population level needed to sustain this population. I'm really appreciative of the opportunity to provide my comments and that you're listening to me, and I'm here to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Carol. And questions from board members? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Carol. That was a great presentation. I'm curious about your genetic diversity. You stated that, there's currently genetic diversity and your proposals would help that or at least improve it potentially. But earlier in the program or this meeting, I heard there's a potential lack of diversity in the wolf populations. Could you
Yeah.
address that?
So if I've got your question right, we heard from Gretchen yesterday about the fact that the genetic diversity is looking towards inbreeding. I mean, we heard that there's, I think, 3 different populations in this area. It's complex, but if we look at the population and try to figure out what is the sustainable population, what population do we need to maintain that genetic diversity so that we don't see inbreeding? Because as she mentioned, inbreeding can be really complicated for a population like this. I think Isle Royale suffered significantly from it and pretty much went extinct. So it's an issue to be considered, and that is, we don't want to get a population that's so small that it is inbreeding and causing these issues, so that it kind of just blips out in the future. I'm not a geneticist, I'm not a wolf biologist, but I do understand that if you get a really small population of animals breeding, that you can have some real significant issues with what is born into the future generation, and it may not exist into the future. Does that answer your
Yep, I
question?
think so.
Al?
Thank you.
Great, yeah.
Ryan, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Carol, thank you for being here and for your testimony today. I recognize that your testimony is focused on Unit 2. I'm just curious, AWA's thoughts on wolf numbers, abundance, anything else around the region? You spoke quite a bit about the ESA petition. That petition is for all wolves in Southeast Alaska. So is there discussion amongst your members on that?
Yeah, I mean, we're focused on the Alexander archipelago wolf, and we're not focused, like I said, we don't want to see it on the endangered species list. In terms of overall populations throughout the state, no, we don't really look at that as much, and we're really focused on this population because we know there's that threat of it being listed, and as Tom alluded to yesterday, it would be really, really, really bad if it became listed. It gets so complicated. I worked with the Fish and Wildlife Service. I've worked in the Endangered Species Program just a little bit. We don't want to see it to go there. So in general, no, AWA, we're not focused on the larger populations of wolves throughout Alaska. Depending on how genetics play out and the complications of how these populations are actually defined, which is outside of my realm, but we have to deal with those constraints that are given to us, and they've been given to us as we know it now. So given that focus, we're focused on this in hopes that the wolves don't get listed.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Lots of testimony here, and we'll be delving into wolves in Southeast and Unit 2 specifically quite a bit. So, and we've heard a lot of testimony from the trappers and different people who have various uses of them. I applaud you again for being here because we put a lot of effort, all of us, and you included, in the current management program, and I think that's what it'll stand the test of time for that. And to go forward, we're going to have to keep doing that, and I really appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that comment. I just would say that, yeah, it's a complicated issue, and it's a lot of getting into the people management and working through this because it can be avoided, and we're just handed certain cards and we have to deal with them, and it's not easy.
Well, thank you, Carol. And any additional comment? Board Member Stosh has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Carol, for your testimony, and that was very good testimony, a lot of good information. On Proposal 47, we heard some good public testimony about some safety issues that if we adopted that would create, and I was just seeing if you had any more thoughts on that, because about the 48-hour reporting period.
Yeah, I think, trying to get reporting sooner than later, we talked about getting data and getting data quickly when you're dealing with such a vulnerable population. I'm not an expert on the telecommunications on the island. I drove around it. I noticed that I had, some connections at times. I don't know an easy way through that. I don't know enough about the wolf trappers and how long they're out. I would hope that if they slip a little bit of time, that, law enforcement would give them the benefit of the doubt if they actually know that they're out there, which, none of these trappers are registered, and we don't really know who's out trapping when anyway. It's really a good faith effort on behalf of the trappers that I certainly appreciate to try to provide that data. And so if it is 48 hours, and they know that, and they know that's important to getting the data to the state so they understand what's going on, then I applaud them. But I don't have any easy solutions. I mean, I carry an inReach, so yeah, I can text, but not everybody can afford that kind of stuff, and I get that. So I don't have an easy one. I'd say let's try it and see how it goes, and see if it works. I mean, it's not like we know exactly what's going on out there. In the 48 hours in which a trapper comes in, these guys are trying to do the right thing, and my heart goes out to them for that. They want to report when they're supposed to, and if they can't, and it slips a little bit, well, so be it. They tried, but maybe they got themselves in a bad situation. But I did law enforcement for 11 years. I know, a little bit about that, and people try to do the right thing. 95% of them. So.
Anything else? If not, thank you again, Carol.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
Next is Lauren Birch, personal testimony.
It's a victory already. I managed to get the microphone. Lauren Birch, I'm 20 years on Prince of Wales Island, 30 years in Southeast. I did 20 years working for Southeast Island School District, much of that as superintendent. And so one thing I have learned after having retired is that it gets extremely easier to make comments about this and when I have no information. I can manage Thorn Bay City pretty well. I know I could do the district better now when you're running on 5% of what you should know. And there's everybody in the room here knows more about this than I do, and now I'm just more confused having listened to people already ahead of me this morning. But yeah, I have spent my career as a fix-it kind of guy. And, of course, since I don't know anything, it seems like real easy solutions to me. But I'm talking about wolves. But in terms of the deer, you can't fix the destruction of habitat on Prince of Wales Island. I mean, this is a train wreck that everybody's known has been coming as the clear cuts get older, there's no habitat. But it gets compounded with people harvesting does. Our school district some years ago did work with Fish and Game and did they tagged some does and fawns, and it's killing those does is absolutely brutal on the fawns. I mean, they would find the fawns later, they'd been collared and they'd be full of stuff, but it had no nutritional value and they starved to death. So, we're killing, sometimes 4 and 5 deer every time you shoot a doe. And as the bucks are getting harder to get, they take more does. And Prince of Wales Island is kind of a place where game laws are sort of a guideline. There's people taking a lot of does, I think. And then less bucks come in where people can get access to them during the rut. And so then they shoot more does because they're not seeing any bucks. So good luck fixing that. But in terms of the wolves, I've been 20 years on the island, and there's absolutely no question in my mind that there's more wolves than they think there are. When you go back to, where you've seen tracks, where you've seen evidence, that stuff is all picked up over the last few years. In places where you hunted and all of you just kind of know because also there's no deer, and then it snows and you see tracks everywhere, and the deer, if either, I don't know where they crawl under a rock or where they go, but they're not there. But the simplest thing, I think, because you're going to fix this about 30 more times in your lifetime. I mean, you're never going to get it solved, and every time you come back, try something different. But to me, it seems so glaringly simple. Would be, you got an island that's huge. There's many areas that get absolutely, very modest human attention whatsoever. Pick areas, do not harvest a wolf on, you probably could do a third of the island without even batting an eye, and more if you tried hard, probably, and narrow that to certain areas. And I don't know how enforcement gets or how complicated that gets. I mean, we just talked about, genetic diversity, but I grew up in Oregon, and I can remember there never were wolves there. And then they had a collared wolf from northern Idaho that managed clear down to southern Oregon and northern California, a male, and he ran around for a year or so, and eventually found a female. And so I have every confidence that those wolves can move around the island or islands or swim. You see them swimming. I mean, they're mobile, especially if they get overpopulated in one area, they're going to disperse, or somebody will. I mean, teenagers are all interested in the other sex, and when they're young and mobile and no one's wanting them in their group, they're going to go somewhere else. So I don't know, take go dart one and throw them in the other genetic pool if you need a little diversity. So it's kind of hard for me to imagine how they won't take care of that themselves, and that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from board members? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Larry, for coming here and expounding on all your information. I was just curious, in the villages in your community, I'm sure when somebody sees a wolf swimming from the island or to the island, it's probably some news within the village. Is that something common, or do you hear it happening once or twice a year, or?
Well, I've retired now, so I'm not around as much as I used to be, and Southeast Island had all the small communities, so you would hear about it. Everyone I can remember, I've remember several, but they were kind of going internally. I don't know, somewhere in that tight little island group, not, maybe it's Tuxacan to Prince of Wales is, 600 yards or something. So, I mean, I don't know about big, but, there's people always say that they'll go to an island and then they clean that out and then they move off to somewhere else. So there's clearly some movement, certainly on the islands. It's pretty easy to establish, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for that testimony. Do you have any idea roughly how many trappers really get after wolves down there? You got a rough idea that get after them hard?
No, I do not.
Any additional questions from board members? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And our next testifier should be Michael Duvall with the Craig Advisory Committee. And I understand you're going to do your personal testimony after your Craig Advisory Committee. Make sure you turn the mic on before you start.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Yes, I am going to read into the record Craig AC's actions on some of the proposals that they thought was in their area, if that's okay. And I may make a personal observation.
Yeah, try to keep them separate so that we can tell which is discussed at the
I'll wait till-
advisory committee and which one is yours.
Proposal 1 was opposed. The note says, don't limit people entering hunting. It's not practical for all areas of Southeast. Proposal 3, remove the requirement for residents to seal black bear skulls. That was also opposed because they felt valuable data is gathered that helps with management. One member was absent for that vote. Number 5 was supported unanimously. The notes read support for a break to occur late in November or early December. Also, public comments to a break is difficult to do region-wide due to waterfall migration timing. So the proposal 6, lengthen river otter traffic in seasons 1 through 4 to align with Unit 5. And that was unanimously supported. Bycatch of other species such as mink could be an issue. Proposal 7, extend marten trapping seasons to align with wolverine seasons in portions of 1, 4, and 5. Was opposed. An earlier start is not desirable. They're not prime then, at least in our area. Number 8 was supported unanimously. There we have an abundant population. Of 17 was supported. Population can support it, and there would be more harvest opportunities and start with a low number of tags. 18, establish a fall drawing, I don't need to read those, do I? Just needs a number. That was opposed. Management and enforcement issues to include the smaller islands. I've got two 18s here for some reason. And that was opposed. Management and enforcement issues to, it's just printed in there double. 19 was supported. It offers more opportunity for hunters during the rut and manage the number of tags. 20 was opposed unanimously. It can create hunter issues if weather does not permit them to go to their area. 21 was opposed. It prevents, the notice read prevents enforcement issues. 45. Raise the population objective from 150 to 250 to 350 wolves in Unit 2. Raise the threshold. I'm not sure why this note's in there, but it was opposed. And there's another note here. The wolf population is trending up while deer population is trending down. Genetic study is continuing and will give better data to the diversity and population estimate. Continue the management plan as is until better data is available. Uh, 46 was supported, alignment of state and federal seasons, few wolves taken in the early season. 47 was opposed. Difficult for boat or camp-based trappers, not necessary since call-in time is adequate. 48 was opposed. Unnecessary to hire a contractor when the ADF&G research has years of data. Number 49 was opposed. This proposal uses outdated data. Wolf population estimate is lower than actual population. Proposal 50 was opposed. Inaccurate data used in the proposal. Wolves freely move across the landscape as proven by current data. 51 was opposed. And the wolves are not managed on a quota system. And old data was used in that proposal. Number 52 was opposed, not managed on a quota system, and the same old data was used in the proposal. 53 is the same thing, not managed on a quota system, and old data was used in the proposal. And 54, for the same reason, old data was used in the proposal, wolves moves across the landscape. 201 was supported 5-3. Support due to concern over population, opposition due to Marine Mammal Protection Act. In other words, some committee members didn't feel comfortable advocating to violate federal law. 202, set the season length for wolves, Unit 2. And this was opposed, concern for management, emergency closures, weather hampering, trapping, lower deer population, and a high wolf population. So I believe that one addressed emergency closures. And we felt that's a good tool to have in the toolbox. And that concludes what the AC actions were.
Okay, so we have any questions from board members on the AC comments? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mike. Thank you for your participation at the AC. Did a great job. I'm just curious if if there was any discussion with the AC on Proposal 46 with the potentially starting the wolf hunt on 1 September, matching the federal season. I was wondering, do you think many people would use that opportunity, or is it just a way to align seasons with the federal regulations?
Through the chair, there's only 1 or 2 people that specifically goes hunting for wolves that I know of. Most of it's just, if you happen to run across one, they would take it. Like you can do that on federal land starting September 1 if you're a rural user. This would just change and give a little more opportunity, but I wouldn't expect the numbers would be high at all.
Okay, great, thank you.
Any additional board member questions on AC? Ryan has something.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Mike, for being here. Glad you made it today rather than yesterday.
Me too.
Yeah, a little blustery. Mike, arguably, I mean, you've been on Prince of Wales and in that area your entire life. And you and I have talked a lot about wolves. I'd be very interested in, your just general observations of wolf numbers and how it's cycled over the years. I'm also interested, have you ever come across a wolf swimming between the islands and seen them actually moving back and forth?
Through the chair, I guess we're on more of a personal observation now.
Yes, I think that was a personal question, so we will go to your personal testimony, so go ahead.
I have not seen many wolves swimming, to be honest with you. A couple times. And once we were flying in a helicopter, but they do move because in a month, I've lived on Prince of Wales Island for 74 years, and I've been trapping wolves ever since I was a young teenager. So I've got a lot of experience with interacting with wolves. There was still a bounty on them when I was a young lad, and $50 was a lot of money then. But you do see a move from island to island. They'll generally stay on an island until the deer population gets low enough, and then they'll move. But not all of them move in a bunch, because some of them, I think, are like dogs. They don't like to, everybody doesn't like to swim. So most of them might move, but they leave some behind. So they will move when the deer source gets down. But personally, I've never caught them swimming so much. But I see evidence because I'm out on the islands all the time. Did that answer your question?
Go ahead, Jake.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks for that testimony, Michael. I had a couple questions for you. Do you have any idea about the trapping effort, or for sure in Craig, but kind of island-wide? How many trappers are there that are really, really serious about taking wolves, if you have any sort of idea?
There's probably half a dozen of them that are really serious trappers. I don't personally know them all. I really don't interact with them that much. I've been trapping there a long time, but my area of trapping has shrunk down to just small places where I hunt. So I really don't know how much effort is. It's really not that many, though, to be honest with you, because it's expensive to gear up for it. But there are some, I suppose, smaller time ones that probably use cheaper gear like snares and stuff like that.
And then one more quick question. So, and Proposal 47 deals with the sealing requirements, moving them to 48 hours. How many, in your opinion, I mean, do you ever sit on a hide till the last day of sealing, or are you pretty prompt whenever you take a wolf to get it in and get it sealed right away?
No, it's easier to be prompt and get them sealed, and then you can put them in your freezer or do whatever at your own leisure. Otherwise, you have to, if you try to hold them, you have to thaw them out, and it's just easier to do it, and there's a person there it's really handy. So, no, we take care of them right away generally. I'd rather do that right after they're skinned or the next day, and then we're on our own then. It works out better. There may be one or two people that try to hold them, but I don't personally do that. It's easier just to take care of it.
Thanks for that.
Any additional questions from board members? Seeing none, did you have any additional personal testimony?
I do. You know, we've been under fire for a long time dealing with ESAs, and it is really worrisome. It's been difficult for the department to come up with honest numbers on, or not honest numbers, they don't do anything dishonest. It's with real numbers, and I don't think you're ever going to have real numbers. What you see is trends. The hair boards, what happened a few years ago is, okay, we're going to use these hair boards, we're going to get DNA, and we're going to have a good count. Well, they came up with a number of 89. And we that lived there just totally disagreed with that. That wasn't even half what was really there. So then the quota was set 8, 9, 11. Meanwhile, we're building up these wolves. And if you look at the deer hunter success as to when 2015 or 2014, whenever that 89 came, you see it just takes a big nosedive, and it's still tapering down. And personally, this is the worst year I've ever had to try to get a deer, and I did a lot of effort too. So the population is higher. It's been higher than what the department is being very conservative. We have the ESA, and I understand all that. But, and one other thing I'd like to say is the conservation groups would like to use some old data saying that 50% is illegal take. When we got 164 wolves, 2019, I think, that would mean that we got plus 300 when the department's estimated population was like 174. I mean, it just, there's no substance to that. I mean, there is some illegal, there's in almost everything. As far as the DNA and the narrowing, we live on a small island. I realize that ESA is for Southeast, but it seemed to be focused on Prince of Wales. And if there's narrowing of DNA, it wouldn't surprise me because we're on an island. You know, some slight narrowing wouldn't be surprising, but the wolves that I'm catching and everything are fat, healthy, and in pretty good shape. And I believe that the downward trend is because we have the downward trend of deer is because we have a high wolf population. For a long time, we maintained a hunter success rate for a long time, and then all of a sudden it plummets because we have a higher population than what the estimates show. And the trapping season has been managed very conservatively. Second growth is a factor, but it's not the immediate one. You don't see the trends change that fast, and we haven't had bad winter, that bad of winters here lately. It's gonna be a factor, and it does affect some, but it isn't the main one. It's bear and wolf predation. And that's about all I have to.
Well, thank you very much. And any questions? Al, I could see had one.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mike. On how optimistic are you with the department or the individuals that are doing the camera research on the island? What do you think about that?
I think initially the department was using only hairboards, and I advocated for several years to use that in conjunction with cameras. And they are starting to do that. However, I would advocate for an increase of cameras away from the hairboards on main trails and stuff like that, just to give you a better feel for what's going on. I use them myself, so I know what's going on where I trap, and it works pretty good.
Great, thank you.
Additional questions from board members? Thank you very much. And next
Thank you for
on the
listening.
list is Zach Decker.
Good morning, Chairman, board members. My name is Zach Decker. I'm a professional licensed hunting guide in the state of Alaska. We're also a service provider and a permitted operator on the Tongass National Forest here in Southeast. We primarily operate on the northern end of the Tongass, covering units 3, 1, and unit 4. So as you might notice, there's many proposals in this book that we would love to spend time on, and with the 5 minutes that we don't have time to cover them all. But I am the proposal number 12. I am the author of that proposal to open the Mitchell Bay area for brown bear hunting. And I would like to first start out by saying to compliment the ADF&G staff behind us and those that sit before us here, Ryan and others that have gone before, that have worked with the Forest Service in drafting the brown bear management strategy, working with the Forest Service on the Shoreline 2 record of decision that came out several years ago, and that have been key in working together. You know, I think that we hear a lot in the news about the federal overreach in Southeast or in Alaska, but on the ground, the members of the Forest Service and ADF&G have worked together and have kept the brown bear management strategy alive, a working document, and has had it a part of the recent Shoreline 2 record of decision. I submitted the proposal 12 for a couple of reasons, and one of the reasons is the recent proposal to the Federal Subsistence Board to eliminate non-qualified subsistence users from hunting deer on West Admiralty. And I live in Juneau. I've got a cabin that sits just around the corner from Hood Bay, from Angoon on Hood Bay. I would be precluded from accessing and using that cabin to hunt deer out of, which kind of shocks me. But the reason for my proposal was a little bit to bring attention to the area that you've got a large bay complex on the north shore of Angoon that's completely closed to a large predator. As we heard yesterday, the first 30 days of a fawn's life is critical to their survival. And having this area closed to brown bear hunting during the spring can be substantial. Once again, as you read that regulation, the Mitchell Bay closed area, it is only for 660 feet. So from mean high water for 660 feet is the area closed to taking a brown bear. Beyond that, once you pass that 660 feet, it is open. So much of that land that lies within that 660 feet is private land. And is it this board's position to regulate private land and what takes place on that private land for 660 feet is the question I asked and wanted to bring forward in my proposal. In Proposal 13 and 14, he's a good friend of mine. We collaborated back and forth on those. I think Proposal 13 is you could call it the big ask in opening the Northeast Chitch to the taking of brown bear for an additional 11 days in the spring. And as you look and you listen to the proposals or the presentation from Unit 4, Unit 4 has, for the last, about 8 years, have been 30 to 40 bears under the harvest objective for the taking of brown bear. Former Chairman Spraker used to say, that this board and the state doesn't manage wildlife for a surplus, but for sustainable yield and take. And so if we have consistently been 30 to 40 bears under the harvest objective, is there room for a slight additional use? Proposal 14 is the smaller ask, and that is to adjust the Lisiansky Inlet, the head of the bay, to open the area for 11 days for additional use. Now, keep in mind, this area is already open till May 20. So the ask is to allow it to be open for an additional 11 days and to adjust the boundary to coincide with other management tools and GUAs that are laid out in the area. So I could go on. I'd love to talk on 26 for the black bear, but I'm about out of time, and I'd open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from members of the board? Go ahead, Zach.
Hey, Zach, thanks for that testimony. We were talking about that 660 feet. You said much of that is private land. Do you have a rough idea what percentage of that is private land? And is that like the depth of the tracts of private land?
It is. So I believe that was under, I believe it was Anilka that the Coots and Roo Corporation was able to select their land holdings. And so within Mitchell Bay Complex, Canlaclue, that area, there's Forest Service land intermingled in that, but there is quite a bit of private land that's owned by a corporation.
Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Zach. Pertaining to the same 660 feet, beyond the high, or within the high water tide mark there. During your research or writing your proposal up, did you potentially ask the landowners if the state would pass something that you're proposing, would they even allow other access from individuals that aren't part of the corporation or part of the private property rights?
I did not. I thought that it was, through the chair, I thought it was appropriate that, if I was a private landowner, that I would want to have that control and say. And so if it is private land, they could still control it to keep it closed to taking a brown bear, or allow who or what they want, or even their own tribal members to participate in hunting activities within their own private land. They can control and regulate that. It's much like, the Gustavus Forelands is largely controlled by the Nature Conservancy. Could the Nature Conservancy, they can control, but would they be willing to come to the board and ask the state to close hunting on their private land? Would we go that far in putting in regulations to control private land?
All right, thank you.
Jake.
Sorry, one more question, Zach, too. You talked about extending the season for 11 days after May 20th. Up in my country, that's prime time breeding time. Was it the same down here?
It is, through the chair, it is already just much like across the, so depending on which one you're talking about, 13 or 14. 13 is a big ass, it's in the northern of Chichagof. It has a little bit different climate than the rest. It's influenced by Glacier Bay. And so it tends to run a little cooler and develop a little later than other areas in Unit 4. Much like 14, just across the bay, less than a mile, is open to brown bear hunting till the end of the May, so.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any additional questions from board members or staff? If not, thank you for your testimony, and we're going to take a break for a few minutes, probably 15-minute break, and we'll come back. All the board members are back in their seats, so whenever Annie's ready, we'll go back on. Okay, so we're going to go back on the record, and before we start public testimony again, Christie has an announcement to make.
Thank you. Just a quick announcement for our attending advisory committee members. We have a sign-up sheet up by the board support table. We just ask that you sign in each day that you're here. We'd appreciate that. Thank you.
And then Ryan has something.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For board members, we were asked about providing map of the region and some of the, just because it's unknown, and so we've got one displayed on the wall. If you take a look at that, if you need something bigger, a little bit more geographic or, more detailed, let us know, but that'll get you oriented, and yeah, there you go.
Thank you, Ryan. At this time, our next person on the list is Thor Stacy, and he's going to do testimony for the Alaska Professional Hunters, and then I believe personal testimony. And just make sure you let us know so we can keep them separate.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, my name is Thor Stacy, and I'm going to provide testimony for the Alaska Professional Hunters Association first. The Alaska Professional Hunters Association represents hunting guides here in Alaska. Registered guides are our professional voting members, so those are the business owners. We employ assistant guides, Class A, et cetera, but our voting members are registered and master guides here in the state. We have approximately 170 professional members, so slightly more, around 60 to 70% of the active business owners here in the state. Our mission is to support wildlife conservation in Alaska, promote professionalism and ethical conduct within our industry. And about 87% of the Alaska guide businesses here in the state are Alaskan-owned. So that includes our members and non-members. The industry, by and large, is close to 90% Alaskan-owned, with many of our members residing in rural communities. Over half of our benefits that we bring to Alaska are captured in rural Alaska. Some of our historic positions, this is not comprehensive. We've supported appropriate fees for license and tags. We've supported allocation schemes that are currently in existence. That's about 14% of the hunting licenses sold in Alaska are non-residents. That generates 76% of the direct revenue to the Department or the Division of Wildlife. And about 3% of the total hunters in the state are guided. So of the big number, our clients represent about 3% of the pie. I'm going to go down some of our positions on the proposals here. Our comments are RC12. I missed the comment deadline. It's a long story, but our comments are not included in the on-time section, and so I urge you to look at RC10 for our written comments.
Excuse me, but I believe it's RC12.
Excuse me, RC12, correct. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We oppose Proposal 12. That would get rid of sealing requirements for bears. Many of the bears in Southeast Alaska are CITES animals, so our customers couldn't take those animals out of state or across international boundaries, obviously a problem. We oppose Proposal 4 based on conservation concerns expressed by the department. Proposals 10 and 11 deal with bag limits for deer in Game Management Unit 4. We do not have a position on the resident portion of the deer bag limits of those proposals. However, after a lot of discussion, the guides supported amending that proposal to reduce the non-resident bag limit to 2. Currently, the non-resident bag limit is 6, as is the resident bag limit. We have strong opposition to proposals 12, 13, and 14. Each proposal proposes a change in Game Management Unit 4. Each proposal would be an impact to an agreement that we shook hands on, and we're proud of the guides that worked in the brown bear management strategy. One deals with private land area that was set aside to provide some local opportunity or economic opportunities for the Kootznohu Corporation for brown bear viewing. Another deals with changing the harvest objective in a core part of the area in North Chichagof Island. That's outside of the brown bear management plan. And then the third proposal seeks to move a boundary that would include a portion of Liziansky Inlet into what's called the outside waters and extend the season. The community of Pelican has been very supportive of brown bear hunting in that area, and we're concerned that that would upset some of the compromises there without their consensus or agreement moving forward. Not that it's not impossible, but at this time, we don't know of that consensus. We support an amended comment on Proposal 25. We're neutral on Proposal 26 because we think the department already has the tools to adjust those brown black bear tags. And then we have comments on the wolf proposals. I'll just say that we appreciate the department's direction in wolf management and research in this region. And we would urge you to take the department's recommendations on the various wolf proposals that are before you here at the meeting. And with that, Mr. Chair, I think I'm just out of time.
Okay, questions from, go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for that testimony, Thor. So the APHE supporting amending proposals 10 and 11 to reduce non-resident bag limits of deer in GMU 4 to 2 deer. Could you talk about that a little bit?
Through the chair, Member Fletcher, it was a lot of discussion on that proposal. In Region 1, the board went through great effort to bifurcate non-resident black bear hunts between the guided and non-guided non-resident portion. And that was based, both black bear and deer are non-guide required species. And there was a large growth in the numbers of non-guided black bear hunters that were starting to drive some conservation concerns. We are aware, we sell hunts outside of the state. We are aware of some demand, and for some areas in the state, high demand by hunt booking groups to sell more deer hunting opportunity. And the guides, by and large, have a policy that they don't allow their customers to take more than 2 deer as it is. So we thought that it'd be appropriate to kind of look at that, look at the conflicts that some folks see out there. We don't see it as a conservation concern. Deer are well managed, they're numerous. We just saw it as an appropriate bag limit that was more reflective of the use of the resource. And the guides were strong in the consensus on that.
Thank you.
Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Thor. I see that APHA opposed Proposal 46, which was to open the wolf hunting season in Unit 2 to 1 September. Could you explain maybe what the discussion was on that?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, I think the department's comments are really good there. They say there's very little additional harvest. We've submitted our comments on the ESA petition, and while we don't perceive that there's going to be a large amount of additional harvest with that opportunity, I think caution, and if there's additional harvestable opportunity, we know that the trappers are looking to be able to harvest as much as they can within the management plan. And as we look at the value of the resource, we see things kind of both in a local community perspective and then the maximum value for the resource. I think that if there was additional harvest opportunities, the trappers are pretty good at capturing that, was a big part of the discussion.
All right, thank you.
So I have a question. The do-it-yourself black bear hunts and do-it-yourself deer hunts by non-residents, are those primarily transported hunts or hunts from lodges, or are they ones where people come up, non-residents that come up and hunt with their friends and relatives that live here?
Mr. Chair, that's a great question. Without the data right in front of me, I'll give you my best guess from what I hear from the members. Most of the non-resident black bear hunters, by and large, and by most, I'll venture to say 80% or maybe even higher, are using some form of commercial service. They're using either a lodge, renting skiffs, renting vehicles on Prince of Wales Island, or they're using what we would call a transporter, some kind of paid and licensed commercial service provider. As far as the portion of the non-residents that are hunting with their relatives here or family members, it's probably a pretty small percentage of that, but I don't know if we have the data to show it. I would actually like to see that data, but this is my best guess based on the feedback that I have from the members.
And you did express concern about increasing numbers of transporters or lodges selling black bear hunts, unguided black bear hunts in southeast Alaska, which could lead to a conservation concern. Is that correct?
To the chair, I was more drawing a parallel between what we documented and saw happen with the black bear side. We've documented and seen that some of that additional non-resident harvest did drive some conservation concerns. And that experience that we've seen was transferred over to how we look at the 2 deer recommendation for non-residents. So we've seen the conservation impacts and the growth in that side, yes.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions from board members? Not, I believe you can go with your personal testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Thor Stacy. I live in Juneau, Alaska. These are my personal comments. I'm going to talk about a single subject, the brown bear management plan here in Game Management Unit 4, and kind of just walk through how I understand that management plan. At the time, the brown bear management plan was conceived to solve some specific problems. There was unlimited guiding, unlimited guide numbers in Southeast Alaska, or Game Management Unit 4 brown bear. There was an increase in harvest and a potential need to move to drawing hunts. There was an unknown, partially estimated brown bear population in Game Management Unit 4. There was a need for more science and research that was identified on brown bears in GMU 4. There was a call for more closed areas to hunting for the purposes of wildlife viewing. There were many proposals at the time to close areas here in the region to hunting completely in favor of wildlife viewing. And then there was community bear conflicts with the municipalities. The group was formed by the Board of Game. It was led by the department, and it was set up to achieve a consensus agreement between a diverse group of stakeholders that included guided or resident hunters, guides, mayors of communities and community representatives, non-hunters, federal managers, landowners, researchers, and then the process was set out to be science-driven. Aspects of the plan that were agreed upon and incorporated and accepted by this board was the guide numbers were capped, and there was a plan of attrition, meaning that the guide numbers were higher than the target, and over time, the guide numbers were designed, or the program was designed to taper the total number of guides in the areas and hunts. There was a set human mortality rate, and human mortality includes all human attributed mortality, communities, DLPs, hunted, et cetera, et cetera. There was a set goal of estimating the population in GMU 4. The department had a strong partnership role at the time and then moving forward as part of the plan. There were set goals of harvest, human harvest. There was a couple specific areas closed as compromises for wildlife viewing and private lands, similar to the proposal, I believe, 11 or 12, the Mitchell Bay area, where the group worked with private landowners for some other purposes like economic development, et cetera. There was some set community protocols for handling trash. So remember, there's mayors and community leaders in the plan. We don't want to waste bears shooting them in town. So the communities came forward with plans with their residents to handle trash within there's a lot of communities in GMU 4. There were set allocations for the guided trips, and there was areas set to be used by joint use, but that the the harvest for guides was dispersed throughout the area, so there wasn't a lot of pressure in one specific area or another. There was a design to disperse harvest. And then there was the department was given emergency closure authority so that when harvest parameters, if they were exceeded, the department has the power to close the season based on a rolling average. So the department was given, quote unquote, the hammer. Once harvest levels were high, the first group of hunters to be restricted, the allocation recommendation was the guided hunter portion. So the guides themselves, if there's a problem with conservation or the plan, the guides are the first to be restricted if we begin to get to that point. And that's the big picture, you know, so you had a really complex social and conservation problem that was the problem du jour at the time. You had complex problems with land managers, private and public. You had commercial use, you had rural economy, you had wanting to maintain open hunting access to resident hunters in Alaska, and you had people that don't support hunting that felt like their voices needed to be heard. They had an ownership in the commonly owned resource as well. At the end of the day, that's what we have. That plan was a handshake deal. The guides were a part of that. And there's a few examples of successes like this in the state. They're always fragile. And I just thought I'd try to do the best that I could to bring a little bit of that history to the board and overall picture of the plan, why you guys have something like that on the table. So with that, I'll rest my testimony. Appreciate everyone's time and you know, patience listening.
Thank you, Thor. And questions from board members? Go ahead. Do you have a question? Yeah, go ahead, Stas.
Thank you. Thank you, Thor, for your testimony. I really appreciate the brown bear information. It's pretty straightforward. We got all your information here. And what do you think about this waterfowl season change thing? And I'd like your perspective on it. I know you're a waterfowler at times.
Yeah, through the chair, Member Hoffman, it's a good proposal. You know, when we went to the alternating seasons, the goal was to involve kids, right? Waterfowl, not the best place to do it. And it was designed to, some years start early, some years start a little later. But I always thought, you know, the problem is that some years we get kids in the beginning of the season and they get to participate, and in other years they're missing out on Christmas break. You know, they're home. We hunt ducks in Juneau, as an example, to December 31st. And this idea of bifurcating the season from the kids' perspective, I think, this is my opinion, I think it's a good proposal. I like that idea. I think it gets the kids the best windows at the beginning of the season, and it gives them a great time to hunt, do something outside during Christmas break and all that. It's sustainable, no conservation concerns, just a good compromise on opportunity, is my opinion.
Yeah, thank you for that information. So do you think we could run into some problems with people hunting in the split because it's new and it's kind of there's not many seasons like that?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, I do. A lot of the hunters in Juneau have to do a test to be able to access the Mendenhall wetlands. So because everyone has to engage at the front end of the season to get that permit to access there is already a mechanism to help spread the word of the new season. So this hunt's a little unique. Most places, I think it would be a bigger problem that people wouldn't know. In this case, it's a little bit better, but I do think there'll be some problems. Yep.
Yeah, thank you. One more kind of a side one, but have you noticed any migration changes because of the seasons and anything like that from your perspective?
Through the chair, there's been a few less waterfowl here in the past 3-4 years for some reason. I don't think it has anything to do with the hunting season. I don't know why. I'm just going by Juneau. Other places I don't have the same sample size or the amount of days out. But I don't know. I don't know if it's a migration thing or if the ducks that go there aren't doing as good in the summer right now, but we seem to be in a little bit of a lower ebb.
Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I'm glad Stoss brought that up. Forgot you were a waterfall somewhat advocate. Do you have any concern with the deleterious species in Mendenhall that we have a proposal in front of us? Are they affecting the wetlands there, or?
Through the chair, the biggest impact in the wetlands was the pandemic time. More people started to go for walks out in the wetlands. And I think I'm a little less, if I was concerned about anything, there's a lot more dog walkers and people that go, it's a beautiful place to go. It's a wonderful, I mean, you can go out there any time of the year and see birds right in the middle of town. I think there's more people walking around and some habitat issues from that. The secondary species, I don't have an opinion on, but habitat-wise, between glacial rebound, which, you know, we're losing some, it's hard to know what'll happen, who knows. But maybe more people just walking around. Not duck hunters are innocent, of course.
Thanks, Thor.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Thor. So I'm talking about the brown bear management strategy, you know, and you talked about these being so rare, like the Koyukuk management plan, and so many people having to get together to come up with these and how fragile they are. And I know like the users have changed, but have the user groups changed down here at all?
Through the chair, to a certain extent, yes. I think people's value, you know, the big categories about how they value bears, maybe some of the younger folks are less interested in wildlife than they used to be, on all sides, maybe hunters and non-hunters. But there is an economic activity in Southeast that's way different now than there used to be, and that is the cruise season didn't used to start until basically the end of May. We have visitors now that are coming into Southeast in what they used to call the shoulder seasons. And these aren't really shoulder seasons now. I mean, May is pretty much full-on visitor time with what they call small and mid-sized cruise vessels. And so the guides in that community have worked really hard to avoid impacts with each other, you know, like taking a bear on the beach in front of a boat full of folks is not really ideal for either side, either use. So there is actually a little bit new user group involved. Outside of that, I would say that the stakeholders that participated in that time are more or less the same, is my impression. Some people who were there might have better information than me, but that's my impression.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Thor. I'm sorry, I meant to ask you this on your APHA question, but since you're in front of us now, I'm going to ask this. Did your organization talk about, was there any talk about going to $1 for non-residents and why you went with 2?
Through the chair, we talked about maybe bucks only. I think that's in our comments that was something that we discussed. It's not a conservation problem, right? Like, we don't think that whatever harvest is out there is hurting the animals at all or having an impact in diminishing the population. It's a weather thing. So we didn't get to 1. The guides, as a use, oftentimes have a hunter buy 2 tags. They take a deer and then they go out and enjoy and do other stuff, and maybe they see a nicer buck later on. They might take a second deer. So the guides at this point in time would not, you know, would see going to 1 deer as a pretty drastic change. But so all I can say is we talked about it but didn't support it, but like the idea of some cap on the non-resident side.
Okay, any additional comments or questions? If not, thank you, Thor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm
members
sure
of the
we'll
board.
see you again.
Next time, have your appointment time.
He's going to tell us about his sheep next time. Okay, is Atlan Dougherty here? I didn't see him. If not, Dan Kirkwood? No. Alicia Decker? Are you here? Okay. Thank you, and make sure you turn the mic on before you start speaking.
My name is Alicia Decker, and I really appreciate the opportunity today to sit and share some thoughts with you guys. I live in Juneau. I grew up in Gustavus. I am second generation. I was born into and raised in a guiding and outfitting family, and I have spent my entire life roaming around the Tongass. I love it. Never done anything different. I started hunting every day in the field with my dad when I was just 7 years old. So it's been a remarkable way to grow up, and I'm raising my two boys in the same fashion. I wanted to also thank everybody here for their willingness to serve on this board. I cannot imagine the hours just reading through everything. There's so many diverse perspectives, and I see that each of you really work to grasp and understand those, and I want to thank you for doing that. It's a really unique way to manage our state's resources, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to participate. I wanted to focus my comments on Proposal 26, which is in regards to the Unit 3 black bear. Because of the longevity of my family's use of that resource and my personal experience, I've seen really, really profound changes in that area. Honestly, a lot of the things I remember, I kind of questioned, but I kept a journal, and it's the changes in that population is profound. We've had, over the last 10 years plus, give or take, I've had discussions with Fish and Game. I've had discussions with Ryan Scott, discussions with forest supervisors, also have lengthy discussions with area biologists in Petersburg. The previous area biologist was Rich Lowell, and then currently with Frank Robbins. And they've been really good, productive discussions, but nothing has kind of come of them as of yet. And so the person who submitted this proposal is a good friend, and we work collaboratively on it and how to approach it. And it's to reduce non-resident, non-guided permits from 75 to 35, and then also to non-resident, non-guided, non-first to ken to one bear every 4 years. And I think that might provide a way to, in these areas, there's black bear in lots of places, of course, but this specific area has a special resource there. And not only numbers, but also remarkable genetics. And area biologists have vocalized to me that they have seen a reduction not only in age class, but also skull size. And we've seen that on the ground profoundly. And it's kind of heartbreaking to watch, actually. We have personally voluntarily reduced our allocation and our hunts that we conduct in the area. I've spoken a lot with other guides that share our areas as well, and some have vocalized a desire to potentially make reductions across the board of 40 to 50%. These are just numbers that have been discussed amongst ourselves. And so I just wanted to bring my comments and my perspective forward on this and chat about that. Just briefly, it looks like I still have a little bit of time. I just wanted to touch on Proposal 12. That was just mainly a thought to allow those private landowners the opportunity to manage as they wanted to, instead of having the state mandate that that's closed. So it looks like I'm out of time, so I will be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Questions from board members? Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for that testimony. In regards to Proposal 26 and the non-resident use down there, is it your opinion, and I'm sure I'll ask the department this as well, are non-guided non-residents taking a larger number of sows? Or is it specifically just younger bears, or is it the fact that they're just, taking animals off the landscape, in your opinion?
Great question. I don't have hard numbers in front of me, but I have had similar questions and discussion with the department, and it's my belief that yes, younger age class bears way more sows, and I think the draw system has been a really good program. But it also has created something to where if someone does draw that permit, they're there, they've drawn the permit, they've come, and if they get towards the end of that hunt, they're just gonna take something. So I think, yes, they are less prone to hold out for larger, older age class boars, what us as guides strive to harvest.
Thanks.
Stosh?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Alicia, for your testimony. Just a question about your bears. If someone finds a blue bear or a glacial bear, do they care about the size at all, or do they just get any size that's a blue or glacial bear?
Great question. Out on the islands, we typically don't have anything other than that ebony black. I think we have an area also on the mainland, and there's a few cinnamon color flays. I have never seen a glacier bear in these areas. But I think if someone does see a glacier bear, often they're not not worried about size or sex on that.
Additional questions? You didn't get to proposals 13 and 14. Could you just tell us whether you're in favor or opposed to those?
Basically, neutral, I would say. It was a thought of a way that some other issues that are being brought forward could be handled or managed, such as the concern for subsistence deer use, bears being a known predator, and then the deer concern, obviously for 30 days or around that, bears can predate on them pretty heavily.
Okay, thank you. And I don't see any additional questions from the board or the department, so thank you again for your testimony. We always appreciate it. Next is Elijah Winrod. And again, make sure you turn the mic on when you start speaking.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. I appreciate the opportunity to offer my public comment to the board today. My name is Elijah Winrod from Kloak. I'm blessed to have spent the last 35 years hunting, fishing, and trapping in southeast Alaska around Prince of Wales, Edelin, Zarembo, Kupernoff, and Kuyu Islands, especially on days like this. I previously served on the Southeast Alaska Subsistence RAC and have attended many public meetings over the years about a variety of wildlife management issues in Unit 2. When I was 7 years old, my family moved to Prince of Wales. We lived about 35 miles south of Heidelberg and operated a small sawmill that we supplied with beach salvage logs. Subsistence has been an important part of my life for as long as I can remember. On average, I spend approximately 4 months per year hunting and trapping. Trapping allows me to supplement my primary income as a seasonal fishing guide. Our rural communities are facing extremely high food costs. We depend on our subsistence resources more than ever, particularly deer. That's why I'm here today to offer my perspectives on the Unit 2 wolf management proposals. The overwhelming majority of trappers I know care about maintaining viable populations of deer, moose, and wolves. I share the belief that wildlife management decisions should be grounded in the best available science. In the past, I've been frustrated with inconsistencies between the state's wolf population estimates and what local people were observing. Since the 2019 board meeting, ADF&G has found evidence suggesting that previous population estimates were biased low. This bias resulted in more conservative wolf management, which put additional pressure on our Unit 2 deer. Now, ADF&G is working to make sure that future estimates and management objectives better reflect the reality on the ground. I appreciate ADF&G's commitment to continue to improve their management data. Our local people know our area and wildlife better than any non-local researcher. From advising on camera placement to hairboard modifications and remote travel logistics, Prince of Wales trappers are valuable research partners, and yet many of us have never been meaningfully engaged in ADF&G's wolf studies. I urge the department to strengthen collaboration with local hunters and trappers in the design and implementation of all field research on wolves. Personally, I have donated my own time and equipment to support a camera study conducted by the Nature Conservancy in partnership with the Forest Service and ADF&G, and I would welcome the opportunity to continue to do that with ADF&G. Regarding the Alaska Wildlife Alliance proposals, my positions generally align with ADF&G's staff comments. I would like to share some additional thoughts on Proposal 47 on the 48-hour reporting window, based on my personal experience. While I support giving ADF&G the tools they need to improve management, I oppose this proposal as written due to the safety concerns that others have already raised. However, I would consider supporting a shorter reporting window than 7 days. I simply can't support requiring trappers to report within 48 hours unless satellite communication devices were made available to the wolf trappers. And on the Proposal 53 to establish an estimated unreported mortality rate for Unit 2 wolves. I think in the past, there was likely more unreported, but I know myself and Mike Duville and some of us that have been doing it for a long time have really encouraged the new trappers to just follow the rules, and I think that's really not much of a concern anymore. I think something else that points to that is the troopers on Prince of Wales have put out a wolf decoy, kind of like they do for deers and for the deer, and they never had anyone shoot at that like they do, like some people have at the decoys, which I think is a good sign. So, thank you.
Well, thank you for your testimony, and questions from board members. Jake?
Hey, Elijah, thanks a bunch for that testimony. And I'm going to kind of ask you one of the same questions that I asked Mike earlier. Whenever you take a wolf, do you get it sealed in a timely manner, or do you sit on the hides till the end of the 7 days and then go in to get them sealed?
Well, usually what I do is if it's sometimes I'm out in the field for a while, and by the time I get back to town, I'll call them in as soon as I get service. And as soon as I get them skinned, I take them all in. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it really does. Thanks.
Any additional questions from board members? Sash?
Yeah, thank you for your testimony. Just a quick question, since you're a wolf trapper. What's the quality of your hides? Do you guys have problems with mange and that, like they do around Kenai and some other places in Alaska?
Usually, well, if it's in an area where they've been overpopulated, we'll see more of that. But right now, it's pretty good overall. And toward the end of the season, I don't know if you'd call it mange, but sometimes they'll get, or at least what the season used to be. It used to go through March. Sometimes those late season ones that get pretty scruffy, but they're real healthy. All the hides we're seeing in December are beautiful.
Thank you, Jake.
Hey, thanks. And have you seen like wolf movement between island and island, like swimming? That was another question I wanted to
I've
ask.
seen it a few times, and I've heard other people reporting of it. Yeah, I've seen it a lot. There's been other times where at night, like you'd hear them howling over here and like a mile across, and half hour later you hear, I'm sure it was the same pack, you'd hear them over there. They swim across at night too. So yeah, I've seen it half a dozen times.
Any additional questions from board members? If not, thanks for your testimony. Appreciate it. Is this your first time?
At a board meeting, yes.
Yeah, it's great.
Thank you.
Come back next 3 years from now.
Thank you.
Our next person on the list is Mike Harris, the Alaska Bow Hunters Association. Is Mike Harris here? Okay. I think you have a little PowerPoint for us or some, or?
Coming up for next.
Sorry,
Oh,
this
it's
is
the next
for
one,
for
okay.
the next one.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Mike Harris. I'm here representing the Alaskan Bowhunters Association, and then I'd like to provide testimony on behalf of myself as well. I'd first like to thank you all for being a part of this process. I believe it's the best process we have in the United States as far as this goes. So. The Alaskan Bowhunters Association would like to bring attention to Proposal 19 regarding Edelin Island elk. I can resonate with the proposers on their ideas on this. However, we do not want to see the archery season cut short. The department has raised their own concerns with this. There might be other solutions for changing these seasons around, but right now, when you take away 35 permits, that takes away hunting opportunity. And this would take away permits from the subsequent any weapon drawing permit hunts. Also, this hunt, this proposal seems to mostly be to the benefit of local residents, and this drawing permit hunt is open to all Alaskan residents and non-residents. So this would be affecting more than just those local residents. It's been raised that there's not a lot of harvest later in that hunt, in that archery hunt, but harvest doesn't necessarily mean the participation isn't there. And I'm not sure that the department is monitoring the dates that people are in the field. On their surveys, they're taking down the numbers of hunter days, but not necessarily when. So we would ask that you do not adopt Proposal 19. As far as Proposal 16, this would be for extending the deer season in the Petersburg management area. This is an archery-only hunt. Bag limit is $2. This proposal would only be extending that season. It wouldn't be raising the bag limit or anything else. There shouldn't be any environmental concerns, and it would just allow for anybody that wants to do a velvet buck hunt early in the season, they could go ahead and do so. Proposal 24 is for opening a archery-only black bear hunt in a currently closed area. We've heard concerns about user conflicts and things like that. However, the proposer specifically mentioned to me that the dates picked were in order to minimize these user conflicts, because there shouldn't be that many other users that time of year. And it would be an additional opportunity with very few permits allotted. Proposals 29 and 30, we support these proposals based on the department having no environmental concerns and just the added opportunity it would afford to bow hunters. With that, that's all I have for the Alaskan Bow Hunters Association. I'd be open to any questions.
Okay, questions for the Alaska Bow Hunters Association? I have a quick question. You don't want to reduce the number of bow hunting permits and continue the operation. How would you feel about reducing the non-resident bow hunting permits in favor of rifle hunter, from resident rifle hunters?
As far as the Alaskan Bow Hunters Association goes, I can't really speak to that. We haven't discussed it. We do have a lot of non-resident members, so, but I'm not sure if that's the answer or not.
Any additional questions from board members?
I did have one other
Okay, go
thing
ahead.
on that. I drew the Edelin Island permit myself one time, and I was planning on hunting that second 2 weeks of the season. I ended up not going because I had to choose between a muskox hunt and an elk hunt, so I chose the muskox hunt. But, you know, if that season were to be that first 2 weeks, my preferred time to hunt I wouldn't have been able to, so.
Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had to look up something. Thanks, Mike, for your presentation and coming down here and representing your organization. I forgot, was that proposal 16? Oh, yeah, proposal 16. If that were to pass, do you expect any or anticipate any more hunter effort in that area or more hunters in that area?
I wouldn't anticipate more hunters coming to that area. I imagine it would be more locals that just take advantage of that opportunity.
Right. Okay, thank you.
If no additional, go ahead, Slash.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. Appreciate you coming to give your testimony. And that's a pretty big decision there to choose between a muskox and an elk. I hope you got your ox.
I did.
Okay, well, you want to do your personal testimony now?
I can.
Okay.
Again, my name is Mike Harris. I'm an Alaskan resident. I come from Wasilla, and I just have a few personal comments on some of these proposals. The first one I'll cover is Proposal 27 that addresses the trapping setbacks off of trails. I have never trapped in the state of Alaska. I do get a trapping license to supplement my hunting opportunity if I happen to come across a fur bearer during that season, but I have never trapped in the state of Alaska. I do run dogs. I run dogs all winter long, off trails, hunting ptarmigan and things like that. That being said, when I take my dog out on a trail, off a trail, anywhere in the wintertime, I'm responsible for that dog, not trappers. I train my dogs to avoid traps. I train my dogs I train myself to be able to identify if I'm in an area that's being trapped and how to extract a dog if it does get trapped. I run GPS collars on dogs so that if they get caught in a trap or a snare somewhere, I can find them and get them out. I don't think these restrictions on trappers are a good excuse for poor pet owner responsibility. So that's what I have to say on that. On Proposal 22 regarding the motorized vehicle restrictions, I don't have any experience in this area. I do enjoy hunting in non-motorized areas, and particularly Proposal 23 that covers the use of e-bikes. Again, I don't have experience in this exact area that this proposal covers, but I do have experience in other places in the lower 48, and I know people that hunt in these areas where they used to be wilderness areas that they would go and hunt elk or mule deer or different things like that. And once e-bikes started being allowed in these areas, it completely changed the areas. And they don't want to hunt there anymore because so many people are being able to get in there easy. So I would like to mention that just as a reference when you deliberate on these particular proposals. Proposals 10 and 11 that have to do with the deer, reducing the deer bag limit. I don't have experience in these particular areas either, but in the areas that I do hunt deer in the state of Alaska, I have noticed a decrease in population, and I guess we have to ask ourselves, why does a non-subsistence user need 5 or 6 deer? I mean, I like to eat game meat, and that's pretty much all I eat, but why do we, if there's any chance that it's going to have a environmental concern in the future, why do we need to do that? I would rather keep the hunting opportunity there and than to just go and take more animals. Now, this might not be a concern, but that's the way I feel. I just had a thought on proposals 17, 18, Zarembo Island elk. It sounds like there's a lot of support for a hunt there, and it seems like the department has some environmental concerns. Maybe there's a compromise. Maybe there could be a limited weapons hunt or a bow hunt with limited permits that, maybe that's a happy medium and some data could be collected from that. I'm not necessarily advocating for that, but it was a thought that came up with, when listening to all the testimony. With that, I think that's it for my personal testimony. I'd take any questions.
Okay, questions from board members. Jake?
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mike, for coming down here. I had a couple of questions on proposal like 19. I know it's calling for, reducing the archery season there and changing it to any weapons hunt. How does that restrict a bow hunter from taking a bow that draws a tag that doesn't have any weapons restriction on it? I know it'll affect you're competing with a rifle hunter, but you're still getting the opportunity.
Yeah, so yeah, absolutely. You'd still be able to hunt with a bow during that season. And I don't really have a problem with sharing a season. The issue I see with this is now you have 2 drawing permit hunts instead of 1 in the same month. And so you have to pick between the 2, right? And whereas, currently you can draw that permit and you have that entire month to choose when you hunt, or you can hunt the whole month if you would like. And having the 2 hunts in the same month, like I said, you have to pick one that you apply for. And then if you have a rifle hunt that's during the peak of the rut, there's a potential for environmental concern there, and that could take away the opportunity in the long run. So I don't really have a problem with, there might be some competition things, but personally, I don't have too much of an issue with rifle hunters and bow hunters in the field at the same time. I would prefer that we don't shorten seasons, based on the desire for more people to want to have a rifle hunt, I guess.
Thanks.
Al?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mike. I'm curious, you said you were using GPS on your dogs, and it seems to be quite common with a lot of people that use dogs. So how often do you lose sight of your dogs when you're ptarmigan hunting or grouse hunting or whatever?
So it really depends on what we're hunting and where. Ptarmigan hunting, you have a lot more visibility, based on just the terrain and vegetation. You'll occasionally lose sight of them, but it's not for very long. And usually if you do, they're behind some willows on point or something, In the grouse woods, it's You know, a good dog should work close in the grouse woods, but you're gonna have less visibility overall. But they still shouldn't be 100 yards away.
Right.
And that's a, you know, that's a training thing, and that's a, I've seen just a lack of ownership and responsibility when it comes to people and dogs. And, you know, it can be avoided.
All right, thank you.
Seeing no additional questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Our next testifier is Mike Vaughn. Mike, available? Yep, he's running in. I see him. And he has a PowerPoint here, so we'll, I think we can all see it one way, place or another. Thank you. Remind you to turn your mic on when you start testifying. Yeah, Henry, could you dim the lights a little bit so they can see that screen on the other side? We can see the little screen just fine, but you can't see it at all. Okay,
Good morning.
go ahead.
Good morning, good morning, board members. For the record, my name is Mike Vaughn, and I'm a 31-year resident of Sitka. I have traveled here today to testify on behalf of myself on Proposal 5, and I reference my comments in PC 169, as well as the photos I've compiled to provide the board a glimpse of what the southeast season looks like from my perspective. I've been a waterfowl hunter for 38 years and have hunted ducks and geese in the states of Alaska, New York, North Dakota, and Washington. I offer my support of Proposal 5 if this board follows the recommendations of the previous board to work towards accommodating both early and late season hunter preferences. The start date of the southeast waterfowl hunting season has been a reoccurring topic of these meetings since the board delayed the season in 2008. Public comments offered during several cycles have cited that the later start has resulted in a loss of opportunity for early migrating species of ducks and sandhill cranes. I traveled to Petersburg in 2019 to testify on a proposal I submitted to return the start date back to September 1st. I also offered as a compromise, which the board ultimately adopted, our current season structure that alternates annually between a September 1 and 16 opening date. At that time, the board strongly encouraged the department to work through the federal process to secure a split season option for Southeast to accommodate both early and late season hunters within the region. I appreciate the efforts by the department to complete those steps and to bring this proposal before the board. The four primary objectives I considered in proposing new season start dates are, number one, restore the traditional September 1 start date. The September 16th start results in 2 weeks of lost opportunity for early migrating species that have moved through the area. A return to September 1 opener will restore historical start date, get hunters back in the field earlier to pursue widgeon, green-winged teal, and pintail, which begin moving down the coast in late August. Comments from the Wrangell AC last month indicated that this change would restore hunting opportunities for sandhill cranes, which stop over on the Stikine River flats early in the month. Similar comments on cranes were offered from a Gus Davis area hunter during a previous cycle. The first 2 weeks of September offer mild weather, the longest days of the season, and as such, the best opportunity to take advantage of favorable tides for hunting. Number two, provide for uninterrupted hunting during September and October migration periods. September opportunities were previously summarized. The month of October brings the flights of mallards and geese from the north. This is an exciting time to access these other species of waterfowl that are moving through the region, and I strongly oppose a closure during these months. Number three, minimize disruptions to other traditional hunt periods that are important to hunters. November brings on the black-tailed deer rut, along with established traditions of some hunters for combination deer and duck hunts while they're in the field. November provides an opportunity to target good quantities of mallards, geese, and sea ducks that have settled in the region from October and November migrations. A number of people have also noted in public comments and AC discussions from this cycle that the option of hunting on Thanksgiving Day and weekend is important to them. Number 4, maintain a late season hunting opportunity. In 2008, the Board of Game delayed the waterfowl season to allow hunting to continue until the end of December. A split season continues to offer the option of a late hunting period that can be set through the end of the year. My proposed dates for the 107-day season are open September 1st through November 30th for 91 days, closed December 1st to the 15th, and open December 16th through December 31st for 16 days. In conclusion, I'd like to add that during the 2019 meeting, a couple board members expressed some concern about moving the season back to September 1st, as they had the opinion that migrations could be getting delayed due to changes in weather patterns. I'm here today to tell you that my observations indicate migrations on the southeast outer coast are still driven by the calendar, and particularly for the species of birds we hunt in September. In my experience, inclement weather may trigger an early movement of birds, but it isn't necessary for migrations to begin. I feel like birds are mostly reacted to a decrease in photo period and following their internal clock that tells them it's time to go. The arrival time for ducks has been consistent, and the big push of geese in October has actually been running almost a week early the past couple years. We have ducks available here in early September, and I'd like to get access to them before they move down the coast. If the board does not support, or if the board does not adopt this proposal, or is considering a split season with a closure during September or October, my preference is to maintain the status quo of alternating seasons, or to return to the traditional September 1 through December 16th season. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to address any questions.
Any questions from board members? James first.
Hey, Mike, thanks a lot for the great presentation and including the photos as well. I think you took some time to put this together and gave it some good thought. And for those of us up here who got to see that, I appreciate it. And then the second thing I wanted to say is thanks for the proposed dates as well. I appreciated how you gave some background on why you wanted to get those proposed dates, and that's very helpful to those of us trying to figure out, you know, if a split season is supported, you know, what dates we would split it with. So thanks.
Stosh.
Yeah, thank you for your testimony. I appreciate all that information you provided. And I asked this to someone before you. Do you think you might have problems with the split season as far as people not knowing the rules because they've changed?
You know, I don't, you know, there's probably people that don't pay attention to things, but, you know, we have seasons for fishing seasons. Different species have different seasons where you can retain them. I grew up in New York State. We had split seasons. You have to, as a responsible hunter, you have to know what dates you can be out there in the field, so.
Okay. Second question is, on your proposed split closure date from December 1 to 15th, is there a chance we, in your opinion, we could miss a push of a certain type of species, waterfowl?
I don't think you'd miss a movement of birds. There's lots of birds around during that time. It's I've hunted plenty during that time, and you know, I'd be sad to miss out on that time. But to be able to, you know, we have this new late season that runs to the end of December that some people seem to like, and so, you know, I picked that first 2 weeks of December to, you know, for one, to get us back to where we were originally with the September 1 opening, but I also don't want to disrupt, you know, other people that have traditions to hunt, and you know, for that end of the December hunt to go, you know, there's probably a lot of people that don't hunt that. those guys that, or those folks that do hunt till the end of December, probably also hunt at the beginning of December, so it just seemed appropriate that, to have the season go through December 31st, that might come at a bit of a cost to the people that want to hunt till the end of December, instead of people that want to hunt in November, October, or September. So that's where I came about that.
Any additional questions from board members? I think that was well thought out testimony, and we appreciate the pictures, and we appreciate you coming all the way here to testify. We will have a lot of discussion on this later. Thank you. This time, I think Michael Kampnich is here, if he's ready to testify. Yeah, and you can turn the lights back on if you want. And don't forget that you have to turn the mic on when you start.
Okay, good morning. Thank you. My name is Michael Kampnich. I live in Craig on Prince of Wales Island. Would like to address Unit 2 wolf issues. A bit of my background, I've been in Southeast for nearly 43 years, mostly on Prince of Wales. I'm going to speak to wolf issues. I do want to let people know here. I have worked for Fish and Game the last either 9 or 10 years in the fall. I participate or help them with the fall DNA collection, which they do by hair boards, non-invasive method for capturing DNA, and contribute to that project. I also have a part-time position with the Nature Conservancy. I used to be full-time with them. I am speaking on my own behalf, and anything I say is my own opinion, my own experience. Thank you. The various references, or the various proposals that the Alaska Wildlife Alliance has, what my interest here is sharing information that is, it's better information, it's newer information, and it's information is different than a lot of what they're using on the basis of their proposals. Two specific references that this outfit makes that are clearly inaccurate. In Proposal 45, previous ADF&G biologists had suggested that other than Prince of Wales Island in Unit 2, the only islands that had reproducing populations were Kosciuszko, Doll Island, and what's the third one here? I got it wrote down. Now I forgot. Doll Island, Kosciuszko Island, and whatever the third one is. Anyways, information generated, local TEK knows that was inaccurate, and newer information has demonstrated conclusively that's inaccurate. Virtually all the medium-sized islands off of Prince of Wales, Unit 2, have persistent populations that are reproducing. Mr. Elijah Winrod, who was here and testified a few minutes ago, referenced a camera study that he participated in, sponsored by the Nature Conservancy, the Forest Service, and ADF&G. Him and I did that project together. We did that specifically. We began it in 2016. We did it initially with our own cameras. We bought the cameras and did this on our own. We deployed the cameras to Southwest Prince of Wales and Long Island, Doll Island, Suquan Island, with the intent of showing there's continuous presence and a reproducing population in these islands. We ran the study for 5 years. We submitted the information, all the data and a report. The data would be pictures. This was all submitted to ADF&G. They have the reports, they have the pictures. And we were able to show there's continuous presence on southwest Prince of Wales, as well as the other 3 islands, Suckwan, Long Island, and Doll Island. There's reproducing populations. We had, Suckwan specifically, we had young pups on camera. And Doll Island, Long Island, we captured, yearlings. You could tell that they were, yearling wolves. They weren't full adults, but they clearly were produced on those islands. They were reared on those islands. We know that through other work, we know that Sumas Island, Noyes Island, Marble Island, Texarkana, and a number of other islands off the west coast of Prince of Wales also have persistent and reproducing populations. In 2020, a small island 3.5 miles from Craig, St. John Island, had a litter. Mr. Duville documented that. So that data that a lot of these proposals are based upon and what they're suggesting there is, we just know that's inaccurate. And so I want to bring that up. The wolves swim frequently. They're moving all the time between these islands. That's been well documented. I see my time is getting short, so the 2 points I wanted to make to close this is that wolves populate the majority of the islands and are reproducing on the west side of Prince of Wales. They're persistent out there. They're doing fine. In regards to ADF&G and the DNA work that they're doing, I think this is terrific work. I enjoy doing the work with them. I like working with them. I think that it's fascinating what they're doing. It's revolutionary, the work that they're doing there. If I can interject one quick thing. Proposal 17 for the elk hunt on Zarembo Island. I've had cameras there in the past. I don't have any there now. Documented a lot of elk there. I'm in favor of that proposal.
Okay, thank you. Questions from board members? Who wants to go first? Al?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that information, Michael. That was very informative. On the hair board, since you get to go out and put them out and collect them, do you get, do you end up getting more than one wolf at a hair board sample, or do they multiple wolves rub in the same hair board during the course of it being set out?
Everything happens. You get multiple wolves sometimes. I mean, they have cameras on some of the boards, and they have good documentation of what's happening. When I get into the science, I want to be careful with that, but I think this is common knowledge. Multiple wolves sometimes roll, sometimes one wolf will roll, and sometimes you'll have several combined, none of them will roll. So it varies. They have different characteristics, just like all canines.
And when you pull a sample off that hair board, do you pull all the hair off of it or just a portion?
No, we try to get as much as we can. It's impossible to get every single one. There's little ones, big ones, but if there's just a few hairs, you'll pull it off as a single sample. If there's multiple big clumps of hair, which sometimes there is, then you might pull them off in several different samples and put them, we have the little envelopes and, the gloves and stuff, and it varies depending on the sample size, basically.
Thank you.
Additional questions from board members? So, go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for that presentation there. I asked this question earlier. Is there, in your opinion, do wolves and black bears share denning sites? I know not at the same time, but is there any exchange of denning sites between those two species?
I have just a little bit of awareness of denning for wolves, and I don't think so, but I'm certainly not the expert to answer that. I've never seen it.
Okay, thanks.
Stosh?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. So you mentioned the elk on Zarembo. So is it your opinion that the population is rising, and to what degree?
I had cameras there in 2000, I think 17 and 18 for about a year or so. I was getting frequent and pretty good numbers. I think the highest number I had on one picture, which showed that was that many animals, was 8. I was getting so many elk on my cameras, and they were along the beach. I finally just kind of got tired of getting elk, and I pulled the cameras off there. But, you know, when I was there for that period of time, you see plenty of sign. I seen them on the beach when I would be going over there in my skiff and stuff. So it looked like to me there was a decent population there.
And so how does that compare from previous years to now? Is it,
I don't have cameras there now, and so I can't say, I just have that one time period where there was a noticeably, there was a robust population, what I observed. That's my only observation.
Any additional questions? I'm hearing none, so again, thank you for your testimony. It's very informative, and we'll take it into consideration. I think next on my list is Kevin Meyer with personal testimony.
Better. Great. Thank you. I'm Kevin Meyer, for the record, speaking on behalf of myself today, not the Juneau AC. I'm the father of two avid teenage hunters, a waterfowl and a big game hunter, fly fishing guide, and a professor of English and environmental studies at the University of Alaska Southeast. I'm proud to be raising my family in Juneau on Tlingit Dani, which I've called home since 2004. Before briefly commenting on my individual proposal, which is number 10, I'd like to advocate for adopting a perspective of precaution as you make management decisions in the coming days. We're facing incredibly uncertain climate and economic futures, and we owe it to our children and future Alaskans to make conservative decisions. Although I've spent most of the last 20 years in the Southeast, I grew up in Washington State, where I watched dramatic fisheries declines happen in my lifetime. I'm in Alaska in no small part because of abundant fishing opportunity, and I'm hopeful you make decisions that help us avoid the disastrous fate of much of our hunting and fishing opportunity in the lower 48. And I'm inspired by the thoughtful presentations, the incredible research that informs your discussions, and by all the eloquent testimony over the last 2 days. And so I'm optimistic that we'll have a future with abundant hunting and fishing opportunity. But again, I think careful, kind of conservative decisions now will save us a lot of heartache and expense down the road. So quickly on my proposal, I realize this is proposal 10 to return to the historic 4 deer limit. I realize there's significant energy invested in pushing back against federal management of deer populations, but I want to point out that my proposal was drafted before Abby's amazing video came out and before departmental comments were available. And I wrote it as an effort to adopt a more conciliatory approach. I agree there's no biological concern necessarily, but as Paul Johnson noted yesterday, the 4 deer limit has worked for generations. And notably, rural ACs, IC Strait and Pelican in particular, and the Federal Subsistence Board's RAC are in support of Proposals 10 and 11. So there is at least some interest in adopting Proposal 10 among federally qualified users. It's worth noting that I don't personally have a horse in this race. In 18 years of deer hunting in Southeast, I've only once hunted the areas under consideration in the current Federal Subsistence Board proposals. And I honestly don't have a big enough boat or the means to get to those places, so it's unlikely I will anytime soon. But I do think there's value in working with the Federal Subsistence Board, and it's great to see George and John and Deanna here engaged. And I think this might represent an opportunity. So by way of conclusion, I'll adopt departmental parlance and say that I'm neutral on my proposal, but I think that there's some value in contemplating it. So thanks for your time.
Thank you. Sometimes we find it almost amusing, people who are neutral on things that they propose, but, it does happen. Any additional questions from board members? If not, thank you again. You did a great job both times, and you're welcome to come talk to us in Soldotna too, if you want, so it's a long way.
All right, thank you.
I think Kurt Whitehead with the Klawak Advisory Committee is here, and I think he's going to be our last testifier before lunch. I want to remind people that we're not going to take any signups for public testimony after 2 p.m. today. So if you're here and you want to testify, make sure you get your blue card filled out, get signed up, or you could miss your opportunity. But we'll go to lunch right after we listen to Mr. Whitehead. Thank you.
Let's see, am I on? There we go. Dear Board of Game members, thank you for your service. My name is Kurt Whitehead. I serve as secretary for the Cloac AC, and our comments follow. Proposal 45, raise the wolf population objective. We unanimously and strongly oppose this proposal. Proposal 46, lengthen the hunting season for wolves in Unit 2 to align the state and federal seasons. We unanimously support this proposal. This will simplify the regs, make it easier to enforce, increase the hunting opportunity, and won't result in much additional harvest. Trying to shoot a wolf is extremely difficult. They're a very small moving target that kicks it into high gear the second your bullet exits the muzzle, and any of the remaining pack get infinitely smarter the next time. Proposal 47, require wolf harvest info to be reported within 48 hours and sealing within 14 days in Unit 2. The current reporting period is 7 days with a 15-day reporting period. We discussed this proposal at length and ultimately opposed it unanimously for the burden it would place on the boat trappers and campers that operate out of cell range and deal with Alaskan weather during the trapping season. Proposal 48, change the methodology for setting the population objective for wolves in Unit 2. We unanimously oppose this proposal for a variety of reasons. ADF&G continues to refine its methodology and population estimates and are in the beginning stages of incorporating trail cameras into their study, which should further improve their data. Proposal 49, utilize the lower confidence interval of the wolf population for estimating the population in Unit 2. We unanimously oppose this proposal because it unnecessarily limits harvest opportunity. They're trying to make it more conservative and want to use the lower confidence interval of the population estimate. ADF&G has been biased low in the past, and this proposal will not be accurate, and it will unnecessarily restrict hunters and trappers. Proposal 50, establish a population estimate and harvest limit based on POW wolf population that excludes extrapolation from outer islands in Unit 2. We unanimously oppose this proposal because it will change the wolf population estimate by removing the outer islands from the study. This is wrong. The reason Alaska Wildlife Alliance proposes this is because most of the hairboard study is not on the outer island due to logistics and weather. They're saying we shouldn't be able to extrapolate the population density on those islands. If passed, this will lower the population estimate and limit harvest opportunity. There are definitely wolves on those islands, and it is appropriate to estimate the wolves. And for the record, those wolves swim from island to island. They eat everything off the island. They swim. Like I personally documented, we pulled up on one wolf swimming from Suckwan. Actually, it was swimming from the McFarlands to Suckwan. It was 0.5 nautical miles. And that wolf didn't even, I mean, it happened so fast. And then he got up, shook a little bit, and off like a rocket. Like those things are just amazing. They will be on each and every island in the springtime when we're out there. They'll swim to the smallest little islands because that's where the does are having their fawns. That's where the green grass is. Like, you can't not try and exclude certain islands from their study. Okay, back on topic. Let's see. Proposal 51, establish a percentage of the Unit 2 wolf population that could be harvested on a sustainable basis. Develop a harvest quota each season. Require in-season reporting, provide the harvest in real time, and allow 3 days' notice before closing the season by emergency order. We are unanimously opposed to this proposal because it will change too many things. It seeks to go back to a quota system. ADF&G has met or exceeded the wolf population estimate every year. In short, the current management is working. Proposal 52, establish a harvest quota for wolves between 20 to 35% of the estimated wolf population in Unit 2. We are unanimously opposed to this proposal. If passed, this specifies that Board of Game will have to meet annually to make management decisions, which are very burdensome. Proposal 53, establish an estimated unreported mortality rate for the Unit 2 wolves to be used for establishing the harvest quota. We are unanimously opposed to this proposal. Our current management strategy is working. Unreported mortality exists, but this isn't a major factor in how ADF&G manages wolves because the system accounts for the animals coming into and out of the area. This won't help manage them. Proposal 54, identify an area in Unit 2 for protected status for wolves. We are unanimously and strongly opposed to this proposal. In all of our discussions, our group agreed on the following. POW has a deer herd that is suffering and is a shell of what it was prior to 2015. From 2015 to 2023, our deer herd has plummeted. There were wolves running everywhere prior to 2022. I saw more wolf scat with deer hair and bones in it than all the other years combined. We had wolves inside the city limits of Klawock and Craig eating our local urban deer. Wolves were in our neighborhoods in broad daylight. The wolf numbers exploded between 2015 and 2019 due to the reduced trapping regulations. When we were finally allowed to harvest a decent number of wolves during the trapping season of 2019 and 2020, there were a bunch of well-fed, dumb wolves, so the trappers made a good dent in the burgeoning population. That harvest combined with ADF&G's low population estimate is why you are sitting here today deliberating on all these wolf proposals. Since that time, ADF&G has refined its population numbers, continues to improve its methodologies, and the unreported mortality has significantly decreased. Wolf harvest has leveled out. Our current management system is working. All the locals would like to see more wolves harvested, and nearly everyone agrees we have a deer population issue. The vast majority of us on POW are all working with ADF&G and believe in their current management system. It has improved every year, and they're working very hard at it. Proposal 201, create a sea otter management plan. We all unanimously oppose this proposal because it will require an overhaul of the Marine Mammal Protection Act, but we all agree we have a sea otter infestation on POW. They've overrun the west side and are steadily working their way down the east side. Proposal 1, require certified hunter safety education in units 1 through 5. We are unanimously opposed to this proposal because we didn't want to limit new hunters. It's a good concept, but we had issues with implementation in rural areas. Proposal 2, require hunter orientation for hunting goats in Southeast Alaska. We unanimously oppose this proposal because nannies are legal, they taste good, they're difficult to judge, and some folks want to take a nanny. The burden to comply with the proposal would be significant. Proposal 3, remove the requirement for residents to seal black bear skulls in units 1 through 4. We are unanimously opposed to this proposal for many reasons. The current system works well and allows ADF&G to collect important data that is valuable to help manage our bears. Proposal 5, change the waterfowl season in units 1 through 4 by creating a split season. We unanimously oppose this proposal because it's difficult to pick a closed time period since Southeast is so large and the timing for migrating waterfowl varies quite a bit from north to south. Proposal 6, lengthen river otter trapping seasons in units 1 through 4 to November 10th through the March 31st. We unanimously oppose this proposal. Our most experienced trapper on the AC is a lifelong trapper that grew up on POW. Otter is one of his specialties. In the past, he has trapped 278 otter in 1 year. He says fur is not prime on December 1st, but doesn't start to get really good until the 2nd or 3rd week of December. Lengthening the season past the end of February is as long as it should go. Pelts in March get singed and aren't prime. We are opposed to starting earlier than December 1st and also opposed to trapping after the end of February due to fur quality. Proposal 7, extend marten trapping season to align with wolverine season in units 1 through 4 to November 10th through February 28th. We unanimously oppose this proposal because marten fur is not prime until December 1st at the earliest. We're in support of trapping them until February 28th. Proposal 8, extend marten trapping season in units 1 and 2 to December 1st through February 28th. We unanimously support this proposal. Thank you very much. That concludes my Klawock AC comments.
Thank you. And questions? It looks like Al has a question. I see him moving his mic, so go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Kurt. Thank you for coming here. I think I've seen your name on 3 different ACs. Is that true?
That's true.
You're one of the hardest working guys that have time to commit yourself to this process, and I commend you for that, and it was an excellent report you gave today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for Kurt? Do you have any? Yeah, Stosh, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Kurt, for your testimony. Looks like one of your AC is one of the few that I have on my notes that oppose this waterfowl change. Can you expand on that a little bit? Why you guys didn't agree with it?
We just couldn't come to a consensus on the closed time frame. Is the main reason. It wasn't necessarily that we were terribly opposed to it. It's just the geese come through at a different time than the teal and then the waterfowl, and we went round and round, chased our tail, and finally we just probably should have just taken no action. But we had a difficult time trying to figure out what the closed season should be. So it wasn't anything other than that.
And so you guys would rather leave it the way it is, or did you guys come to a consensus on that?
We basically talked ourselves in a circle, and we didn't have a consensus. We should have just taken no action.
Ryan, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kurt, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Curious, in your AC discussions, you talked a lot about wolves. Is there any discussions going on about black bears and what the AC members feel they're seeing as far as bears on the ground and things like that?
I could talk for days on black bear.
That's why I asked about the AC.
I think everybody is, I shouldn't say everybody, but there's a lot of people that saw a lot fewer bears this year than last year in just 1 year's time. And it makes perfect sense to me that the wolves are eating a lot more black bear than they have been. There was a pretty good effort put forth, not just on the, I mean, we've got such a deer shortage that everybody's, they want to kill some predators. So there was more effort out there for black bear hunting for sure, but we're out there for 45 days every day in the spring, and we hunt the same areas for the most part year after year. And it was a dramatic difference between, well, last fall, forget the calendar year, but from the prior year to this year as far as bear numbers and bear sightings.
Any additional questions? Did you have anything else, Kurt?
I've got my personal comments.
Okay, we can go ahead with those.
Great. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to testify. Thank you for all your personal sacrifices as members of the board. My name is Kurt Whitehead. I've worked as a hunting and fishing guide in Alaska since 1995, shortly after graduating from the University of Wyoming. I've been guiding in Southeast Alaska since 1999 on Baranof, Chichikov, Kuyu, and Prince of Wales Island. Currently, my wife and I operate a hunting and fishing lodge just outside of Klawock, and we keep our boats in the Klawock Harbor. We are both full-time, real community-involved snow shoveling Alaskans. I want to emphasize to all of you that there are 4 of the best wolf experts on POW here today. I encourage all of you to speak with them. Mike DeVille was raised on POW, and his family has lived, hunted, trapped, fished, and boated all over POW for millennia. Mike Kampnich has studied and documented wolves on POW for decades. He has hundreds of trail cameras out, has documented wolf movements for years, and works closely with ADF&G. By the way, he's only here until 2:30. Both Mikes serve on many POW councils, including the Craig AC. Elijah Winrod is a wolf trapping, hunting, and fishing machine who knows more about Southeast and its fish and game resources than 99% of the folks. He and Mike are the West POW wolf trapping experts that all of you should lean on with your questions. Wolf Pattison is the North POW trapping, fishing, hunting expert from Whale Pass that is also a wealth of knowledge for further questions. I encourage all of you guys to speak to them because they know more about wolves than probably anybody in this room. And that's all I got.
Okay, any questions on his personal testimony? Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks so much, Kurt. I guess to switch subjects just a little bit, the APHA has proposed to amend proposal like 10 and 11 to cut in the non-resident tags to 2 deer. And do you have any thoughts on that? Do you have any thoughts too about making that be $2? I don't want to catch you off guard if you aren't prepared.
Well, I mean, ethically, I don't think any non-resident should go home with more than 2 deer. At the same time, you know, on Unit 4, where they got deer running all over the place, I guess, you know. I don't know. I've always limited my hunters. By the way, I stopped hunting. I stopped taking clients on POW. 2018 was the last year. I had 4 or 5 extremely excellent hunters, well, great shape, great attitudes. We went high, low, great weather, and we killed 5 little rinky-dink crab-clawed deer, and we saw more wolf scat with deer hair and bones in it. So I just canceled all of my deer hunts completely. But yeah, I mean, non-residents, they don't need more than 2 deer. And I agree with the logic of why not make it easier? 4 deer for, I mean, do people really need more than 6 deer? I mean, I guess I can see value with that if you got a family, but I mean, take your kid hunting. I think ethically, I don't think people need more than 4 deer, and non-residents sure don't need more than 2 deer, but just my opinion.
Stosh.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't hear you say it, but do you have any experience on Zarumbo Island, and what's your take on the elk population?
I honestly don't hardly set foot on the east side or the logging roads. Legally, you can't shoot down a logging road, so I avoid them at all costs. So I've just confined myself to the west side. I've very rarely gone over. I think I've transited once, but I am on the East POW AC, and we have a lot of excellent hunters and trappers over there. And Will Pattison is, he's in the room. He knows a ton about it. Elijah Winrod knows a lot about it. Mike Campnich. But from everything I've heard, one of the problems is Zarembo is the closed sanctuary, and then right next to it, Edelin, you've got elk, and so there's some enforcement issues. I defer to guys that know it better, but I have spoken to quite a few people about Unit 19, about overhauling the Edelin. That there's a lot of value to that. As far as Zarembo, I don't see why you couldn't set it up as a draw and just say, hey, we're going to give out 25 permits and see how it goes. What would be the harm in that? If you issue 25 permits, you're probably only going to kill 5, maybe 5 elk, and there'd be 5 of the happy. You know, you put an elk in your freezer with our deer shortage that we got going on, that's like 4, 5, 6 deer in your freezer. So I have a hard time not seeing why that wouldn't be a good thing. Just put it on a draw and limited number, and let ADF&G give them the authority to tinker with it, raise it, lower it if they see fit.
Any additional questions, comments, anything else? If not, I don't think we have anyone else signed up to testify at this point who's available. And so we're going to go to lunch we're going to take a break until 1:45. We'll come back. We'll see if we get any more signups before 2, anyone else available. And after public testimony, we will go to beginning our deliberations on proposals. We may need to have some time for the department to set up and get things in order, but we will do some deliberations this afternoon. But we're at recess until 1:45. Okay, I'm going to call the Board of Game meeting back to order. It's 1:46 PM. And before we're going to start on public testimony, I have a couple of second calls here for Atlan Dougherty, if he's here. I don't think he was ever here. I think he signed up and thought he could testify remotely, and then Dan Kirkwood. Those are second calls. And then our first testifier for the afternoon will be William Pattison with the East Prince of Wales Advisory Committee. Go ahead, turn the microphone on and start your testimony.
I'd like to thank you guys all for having me here to be able to speak in front of you on the behalf of the East Prince Wales Advisory Committee. I'll start off with Proposal 1. We supported it, but we'd also like to make it where it possibly be statewide versus just a region being isolated and picked out. Education is good for youth and helps in the long run. Proposal 3, we did not support that. We opposed it. It'd just make things harder for ADF&G to get accurate data, not having that information coming in. We felt it would be good for them to have it. Proposal 6, we opposed it. We even had a first sealer speak up about it and stuff, and it just didn't seem like it would help in any way. Proposal 8 passed unanimously to not support. Anything after February 15th, the fur is not in its full prime, is what the trappers felt like that are on our AC and stuff like that, going beyond that date. Proposal 10, we took no action on. Proposal 17 passed to support unanimously. It would be a positive change and probably would help law enforcement with any issues and stuff in the future if that was supported. Proposal 18, we did not support it. We opposed it unanimously for the same reasons as Proposal 17. Proposal 20, we did not support, and that was unanimous too. Enforcement we thought would be like a nightmare to deal with that proposal if that did pass, and could cause issues with people in the long run. Let's see here. Proposal 19, we spent a lot of time on this proposal, going back and forth on it with the Edel and Elk in Unit 3. We had people call in from the Catch Can AC, it was quite the ordeal going back and forth, talking and discussing it. We would support a new hunt DE 319, but we felt that the wording should be changed to up to for the quota on the bag limit into the notes, instead of making the tags set at a certain number. Give the biologist some wiggle room and so forth on that. Let's see. Proposal 42. We passed it 12-2 in our vote on it in support. And most of it was talking about how important deer meat is to the locals on POW Island. It is our only source of meat and so forth. We don't have moose, we don't have elk, we don't have another protein like that. Let's see, 43, we took no action on it. Same with 44. 45, we opposed. Pretty much we want to keep going with the current management plan that we have and see what happens, you know, instead of changing something midstream and not having enough data. Let's see. 46, we opposed it, mainly due to it's already open on federal lands for federal subsistence users on POW. Lack of prime fur and other stuff like that would be an issue. Most of our fur doesn't become into prime for wolves until like mid-December for most of our fur. I mean, as you look outside, it's January right now and it's, you know, mid-40s. So it's kind of hard to get prime fur out of that. 48 proposal, we spent a lot of time on this proposal, going back and forth on it. Let's see. It says, we'd like to see the state be able to, you know, use more cameras and more different varieties of instruments to understand our wolf population on POW. And that was like our main topic on proposal 48, that there needs to be more stuff out there, but not change or lose what we currently have in place. Let's see. And the same thing, so we unanimously didn't support that proposal, but we wanted to make sure that it was known that the East POW wants ADF&G to use more science to help get that answer. 49, 50, 51, 52, and 53, we opposed unanimously for that same reason as proposal 48. And same with proposal 54, we opposed unanimously for that same very reason. So that was all the proposals that we had discussed in our minutes.
Okay, questions, Jake?
Yeah, hey, thanks a whole bunch for that, that testimony. I was just curious, are you gonna do a personal testimony after you get done, or were you just planning on?
Yeah, I'll do it afterwards. Yeah,
Okay, thanks.
That's what I thought.
Al?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, William. That was pretty good testimony. I was curious, you guys voted on all the fur bearer proposals except 9, the lengthening the Wolverine season. And I wonder if you guys had any discussion, or is it just an error in our packet?
Unit 2 doesn't have any documented Wolverine in it, and that's the game unit that we primarily sit in. So our knowledge of like Unit 1A that would have Wolverine, we don't have much knowledge of that, so we didn't address that.
Oh, great, thank you.
Yep. Yes. So on my personal testimony for the proposal for Edelin Island on elk of splitting the game unit into two different drawings on Unit 3 for Edelin Island, I think personally can have some benefits. There's a lot of crowding on that island. I've hunted that island 7 times. 3 times I drew the tag and the rest were with people that drew the tag, and I was just along the pack. It's not uncommon, you know, there's one big mountain ridge that most of those elk get up on and they hunt with some valleys down below them. So when you're coming in from a boat and hiking up, you got hunters that fly into one of the 2 lakes on top. They're pushing the animals down, you're pushing them up. The animals just go into the deep timber and hide. It makes it really difficult. The other thing is when those elk were transplanted on Edelin, they were transplanted on two different locations of the island, one that's more eastern versus the one that's more western. The one that's in the Rocky Bay area, the population, in my opinion, seems to be a little lower than the one that's down by McHenry Inlet, McHenry Anchorage, and so forth. And I think it would be a benefit for Fish and Game to be able to manage both of those. So when the population on this side of the island gets a little lower, maybe they can reduce the tags. I think it would just be kind of a management thing that's a little better. The elk rut is September. So by the time you get in there with a rifle, they're already rutted out. They have no fat. The meat's still delicious. It's still one of the better meats around. But there is that they don't really move to the call per se by then, but they are there. And then the other proposal is that I'd like to touch on is the Zarembo elk. I personally charter fish in that area in the summertime. I've taken multiple photos of calf elk with cows. The population seems to be on the rise, which is really good to see. And I think putting wording in there instead of just saying like 25 tags, but maybe say up to 25, where Fish and Game has the ability to say, well, we're going to start out, ease into it, 1 or 2 tags, maybe 3, get information from hunters, what they're seeing, what it's like. There is an extensive road system there, but you have to take a boat, put a 4-wheeler in your boat or motorcycle to get to that road system on that island. And then also, I'm a local trapper for POW. I've been trapping on Prince Wales Island since I was 8 years old with my family. When I was 11, I trapped my first wolf on POW. I've continued to trap wolves on POW. I've trapped them on Edelin. I've trapped them in Unit 1A, which is our area on the back in the mainland. The wolf population seems to be doing really good on the north end of POW, which is my area of where I trap. When I'm charter fishing in the summertime, I do see them swim. They swim from Thorn Island to POW, which is probably about a half-a-mile swim in the closest area, and that's usually where you see them. I've seen them swimming from Zarembo to Bushy to Shrubby to the Blaschke Islands, which is just like leapfrogging them to POW. And this winter, one of the things I noticed, which I've seen 3 times in my life trapping, is the wolves on Kosciuszko. They were, pretty good population in the summertime, and that population kind of went downhill a little bit, and then all of a sudden on POW, which is probably a 150-foot swim, there was a whole bunch of wolves that showed up that I wasn't seeing early in the summer, but when early fall hit, that population, grew substantially, which is just probably 5 miles north of the study area where it ends. So it's just outside of that. Yep. So, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Questions? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again, William. So there's on Elton, the elk, Edlin, sorry, thank you. The west side is more accessible or more crowded than the east side?
For hunters or for?
For hunters, yes.
So the difference is on the more eastern side, it's a more of an alpine hunt in the early season. The elk are still, they got a really good mountain, Mount Edelin and Shakes Mountain, that they go up on, and that's probably when you guys fly it and document some elk in your study, that's where you're gonna see them at, just because it's the only open area. That's where a tendency most of the hunters go into. Now on the western side of the island, which you'd have Mosman Inlet, Rocky Bay, Cooney Cove, that area, those elk really don't have alpine that's open to go up into. So the only place you see them is down on the beach. Early spring, there's some little bitty islands that are, just the size of this building that they'll go out onto. So when you fly over, that's when you happen to catch them out on the islands and be able to visually see them. And that's where the population is a little lower, in my opinion, is the Rocky Bay area. I worked at the Burnett Inlet Hatchery quite a bit, which is centered in the middle of the island and in fisheries. And so that's probably like a 20-minute skiff ride for us. We'd go out there beach combing and all the fun stuff, and you'd see them pretty commonly on the beach, or see them going into the woods when they hear you coming. Where now it just seems like there's just one or two small bands of animals that are hanging in that area. Herds of, 6 or 8 animals.
So my question is, I'm trying to figure out what would be the advantage to having 2 separate permits? If currently nobody's using that portion because it's more dense and if it ain't on the beach, it sounds like you're not gonna really be able to see them or have access to harvesting them.
So usually what happens is the ones that are in the Rocky Bay area, those are your boat hunters that go in there. They have a boat and they just kind of idle along the shore, spot, stalk type of thing. Where on the other side, you have to be more athletic, The best analogy I can say on the Mount Edelin side, the eastern side, is it's like goat hunting, but once you shoot one, you're packing out an elk, It's painful. If you don't have 5 buddies they're willing to put up the pain, it's gonna be miserable. And usually it's a little more expensive if you have to fly in on that eastern side. The lakes are pretty high, and there's only 1 or 2 companies that actually exercise flying into those lakes, just because they're pretty difficult with the weather. Edelin itself is remote. There's where the elk are. There's no logging roads. There's no easy access to them. If I've been called a fool because I've drawn the tag so many times, and they go, "Why you keep putting in for it? Or do you want punishment?" And it's fun, is what it is. And it used to be a lot better. 12, 15 years ago, there was a few more animals and way less people. And now things have come along. Population's going up. People have nicer boats. And there's just a lot more people getting out there. YouTube came along. People post videos on YouTubes that get literally a million views of one guy's elk hunt on Edelin, and that changes things,
Oh, thank you. Thank you for helping me with that.
Jake?
Hey, Will, thanks so much for that testimony. We have proposal 47 that talks about extending or shortening the ceiling requirements for wolf. And I know you live in a little bit more remote part of Prince of Wales. I wonder if you wanted to talk about that at all.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So I live on the north end of POW. It is not paved highway like what you see outside here. Most of my trap line, if I'm on a road system, it is just me going out there. There is nobody else leaving tire tracks. I use 4-wheelers, snowmobiles. I have a skiff and a truck that's well equipped for handling whatever weather condition I have. And even with that being said, sometimes when I go out, it's a couple days before coming back. People look at me at the dock. I walk down there, I get in my skiff, and I got a tarp wrapped under one hand. And that's because I plan on sleeping on the beach for a couple nights, knowing that the weather's gonna be bad. And you don't wanna, you can wait the weather out, but the problem is if you wait the weather out, that animal in your trap has a possibility of rotting. So you wanna get to him with our warm temperatures down here. You wanna get him skinned out, so you don't get belly rot and all that nastiness. That's not healthy for fur, but at that same time, you might not be getting back in 2 days. Cell service is very limited. I'm probably one of the few trappers that packs it in reach, but even with that being said, you really don't want to be turning it on and burning your battery. You want to use that for the last case scenario if you need help. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Jake, do you have any follow-up? With no additional follow-up, thank you, but I do want to ask a little favor of you. You said you've taken a number of pictures of elk on Zarembo Island and probably taken pictures of wolves swimming between islands, et cetera, et cetera. Maybe you should share those with the Department of Fish and Game sometime when you get a chance.
No problem. I'll definitely do that.
And that kind of goes for anyone who's out there who has pictures of things like that, because it makes it really easier to see what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Next, we have Heather Boucher with the Sitka Advisory Committee. Heather.
Just give me a second here. We just had a revelation that there was a letter that was meant to get submitted to you all that you would have hopefully already seen by now, but that wasn't the case. So we're going to submit it as a record copy. I'll refer to it in the testimony, but we'll make sure you have copies of that. They're all here. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak before you all here today. My name is Heather Bauscher. I am the chair of the Sitka Fish and Game Advisory Committee. The Sitka Advisory Committee only took up about a half dozen proposals for discussion this round and did not submit any proposals of our own this year. When we were discussing whether there was anything we wanted to weigh in on, we did talk about the bear issue in town quite a bit and talked about whether it made sense to try and raise the take on bears. Although in hearing from the local area biologists during their presentation, turns out we don't have the most updated population info, and the most recent bear survey was in 2002, which is quite some time ago, about 20 years. And there's never been a survey specific to Baranof Island. So the letter that was supposed to be in our AC packet here, we drafted this bear letter about a year ago in November 2021, following a summer of increased bear problems in town. And we'd like to move this bear letter forward that we drafted to support our local area management biologists to try and advocate for the resources to the department to get a better sense of what is happening with the bear population before we try to consider any adjustments. Because no formal population studies have been completed, we don't really know what the trends in the populations are, and we don't have the data or numbers to rely on for making informed decisions on how this population of brown bears should be managed around town. So we would like to see more resources given to the biologists to collect the data we need to in order to address this and to start getting a better picture of what is going on around Sitka with the bear problem. And we'd like to see that Unit 4, specifically Baranof Island, should be a regional priority for the next brown bear population estimate. And now I'll move on to proposals. Proposal 1. Require certified hunter safety education. We absolutely support hunter education, of course, and see how this would be good in more urban areas, but we also recognize the difficulties in getting the course offered in all of the remote places, and that would be likely lead to folks potentially losing hunting opportunities because of not being able to get the course done. There was also an attempt to amend it to include an online offering, like what is supported by the NRA, but also recognize that this could be restrictive. So the amendment did not pass, and the proposal failed unanimously, 0 to 15. Proposal 2, mountain goat identification quiz. We already require an online quiz for our area, so we didn't see a need to modify that, and what we have going is working really well. So that failed unanimously, 0 to 15. Skipping to 5. Proposal 5, split waterfowl season. We went round and round on this one, trying to decide on the dates. You can look to our December 7th meeting notes to dive deeper into that discussion if you'd like. You also heard from Mike Vaughn, who gave testimony earlier. He was a big part of our meeting as well. The dates we came up with, we made an amendment to change the dates to September 1st to November 30th. With a closure in the first 2 weeks of December and reopen December 16th to 31st. And that passed unanimously, 15 to 0. Proposal 6, extend the river otter season. We supported this proposal as we did not see a problem with a biological concern for the population and noted that trapping effort is down since the price has dropped. It was not fully unanimous. There was concern with the timing overlapping with the timing of mothers rearing their young, but it was also pointed out that the harvest rates are low enough that that is unlikely to be a significant impact. We supported that proposal 12 to 2. Saving deer for last, going to jump to 32. Proposal 32, we amended this to apply to Unit 4, which I know is unusual, but we had heard that this might be considered for all of Southeast, and it was suggested that we take a look at this. So the way that goats are managed on Unit 4 is actually working really well right now. We really want to commend Steve Bethune for his work on that. We know it took a long time to get there. Our management area is broken down into smaller sub-areas based on drainages. Current practice is to close a particular drainage once a nanny has been taken, referred to as a one and done. This uses hunter peer pressure and has drastically reduced nanny harvest. We've gone from 20 nannies a year to 4 nannies a year, while still allowing plenty of meaningful opportunities for hunters. Members of my committee were concerned that if this change was to be adopted, it would actually lead to higher numbers of dead goats left in the field and underreporting to avoid the penalty. So that failed unanimously, 0 to 14. So deer, proposals 10 and 11, we took these up together. There's a lot of meeting notes from the December 14th meeting.
We're really grateful to have such a strong collection of voices present at our AC meeting when we met on this topic. It was super helpful to have Juneau folk zoom in on that one to speak about their intention behind it. We were not unanimous in our positions on this, but the proposal failed 4-10. We recognize that the data presented shows no conservation or biological concern for Unit 4 population as a whole. We do not support reducing opportunities for harvest when we are not seeing concern for the population. This was the prevailing opinion. During public testimony, though, we also heard concerns that looking at broad data across Unit 4 doesn't break down what is happening around these individual communities. Unit 4 is all of the ABC islands, and while these islands are similar, they're not exactly the same in the geography and history of development in regards to timber harvest and road building surrounding these communities is varied. I know many of you are not familiar with Southeast. The habitat situation, for example, is different around Sitka than it is around Hoonah, and the geography around Pelican is different than Sitka and more exposed to the outer coast. Members of my committee also spoke to concerns of a trend excluding non-federally qualified users from hunting opportunities in other parts of the state, also citing the caribou and sheep issues up north, and that they don't like this tactic of negotiating with the Federal Subsistence Board and taking a hit like this when the Federal Subsistence Board decision could go forward regardless of what happens here. We went back and forth on whether to weigh in on the federal proposals because some of us do go up to Chichagof to hunt, but Sitka hunters would be minimally affected because we have rural designation. We also didn't have people from those communities asking us to weigh in on these proposals or calling into our ACs about this. So out of respect for them and because we wouldn't appreciate another community weighing in on our Sitka halibut lamp, for example, we narrowly decided to not weigh in on those, but that passed only 6 people, 8-6, yeah. So we narrowly didn't take up the federal proposals. One more note, there was also a significant conversation about the video, which was beautifully produced and had really lovely imagery, and you could tell the department put a tremendous amount of work into that. I'd be amiss to not speak to this and have attempted to approach this as thoughtfully as possible. This video and this tactic was unusual for members of my committee. We support more creative outreach and education, of course. We want to see more public engagement, but there were some strong feelings about how strong the department came out on this topic, given that historically the department remains neutral on allocative proposals. And we have never seen this level of advocacy coming out of the state or government agency like this. There is a history of my community also to not appreciate or support when the state takes positions on allocative issues, because then that means they're favoring one side or a specific interest over another user group. If it's not a conservation concern, then it's an allocative issue. Classic adage in this work, right? So the video is laying out the facts saying there is no conservation concern, then this is an allocative proposal. And it comes across, to use language that says to understand why these proposals are contentious implies that this issue is contentious, and then to put that out to the masses in a video only exacerbates people's emotions and perpetuates the contentiousness of the conflict and the division. So there were those amongst us that couldn't reconcile with that part of it. Some folks absolutely loved it though, and Abby's footage was beautiful. The editing is amazing. It's very well put together, and you can look at the notes in the December 14th meeting if you want to dive deeper into that. But we did not vote to reduce hunting opportunities by lowering the bag limit, and the Sitka AC was supportive of the increase a few years back. And in both cases, I would attribute these decisions to the biological data and high numbers of deer. And that concludes my AC part of the report.
Thank you very much. Questions for the Sitka AC? I'm hearing none. I think it was very clear. Are you also giving personal testimony?
Yes, I have a few other additional comments.
Okay.
So I just want to separate some of this out because it's sort of like my take on what's going on here and not necessarily a position that was discussed and supported and voted on by my AC. So again, my name is Heather Bauscher. I live in Sitka. I spent a lot of time at the Southeast RAC and Federal Subsistence Board meetings and have been hearing about this and following this issue for a while. I teach a dual enrollment course at UAS to help teach youth how to engage in this process. So I'm constantly at these meetings with students and trying to follow along and dig deeper into these issues. To me, the deer issue is more of a hunting pressure in specific areas kind of problem rather than an overall issue of numbers of deer. I think the local community concerns coming out of Angoon, Hoonah, and Pelican have been heightened because of food security concerns related to these past few years of COVID and things like reductions in the marine highway sailings and the cost of food and cost of transportation of goods and just really having a harder time getting food to rural communities. So I think people are just being more protective of the resources in their backyard, and there's a growing trend to looking at creating LAMPs or local area management plans for different resources, and I don't think that's going to go away. Another problem we have here is I think that if our options in addressing this are to change hunting windows or change bag limits or to exclude or reduce non-federally qualified users, then maybe we lack the appropriate tools to address that issue, and maybe there is additional data that we could be looking at or other ways we could be looking at this. I heard a bit about the project in Hoonah that Steve's working with HIA, the Hoonah Indian Association, which I think is a really great project. It's collaborative, working with local users in the community, and starts looking at trying to tease out what is happening with deer hunting in that specific area. We can't get at all of those things when we're only looking at broad Unit 4 pellet surveys, aerial surveys, and winter kill. So I'd like to see more of that happening. I think that's a really great thing to be celebrating. And I personally think we have a lot of deer, and we probably don't need to reduce take, but I also don't think we should be so dismissive of the concerns coming out of these communities. And I've been told there's a bigger thing going on here, and if that's what this really is about, if it's about the states' right aspect, then let's just be open and talk about that. And I think there are amazing folks across the region working on all of this stuff, and we're really good at coming up with ways to make it work for all of us. And I think the direction we need to go is more about collaboration than about polarization. And I'm super grateful to all of you for your service on this board and for devoting so much of your time to the public in this process. And thank you very much for your consideration and this opportunity to speak before you today.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, Heather, thanks a whole bunch for showing up here and testifying. You did a really, really good job. We've had a little testimony earlier about like shoulder seasons, about when tourists start showing up to Southeast and stuff. Could you talk about that whenever they start showing up by your way?
That is changing for Sitka too. We are getting people earlier. I think before it was usually like May, April, but there's a bigger push even into March now. And I would say that it's extending even into like September, October, having large amounts of boats around and tourists in the community.
Thank you.
Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Heather. Appreciate your testimony. I'm curious, have you thought about bringing students to a Board of Game meeting? I mean,
I would love to.
I've seen you with them at almost every RAC meeting I've been to, and I think it's great. So yeah.
Thanks, Ryan. It's super cool that we get help from the Forest Service and Fish and Wildlife Service. Well, not yet, but hopefully maybe we'll be getting some OSM support in the future. But that's the way we make this educational opportunity work, by partnerships with those federal agencies. So it's been discussed, and actually even that class has now been worked into the Fisheries Technology Program at UAS, and this is now counting as policy credits for those students. So it's a dual enrollment opportunity for high school kids, and they get college credit, and they get high school credit, and they get to come to the meetings. So would love to talk about doing this for like the Board of Fish process and the Board of Game process, and honestly, last year, it really reminded me that I think we do need to be working more with the public to teach people how the process works and how to be more effective in engaging with it. But if we were to do that, we would probably need funding support, potentially from the state, and I don't know if there's a pool of money on that. And because I know that there's already been so many cuts to the department, and we've been advocating on letters for bears or herring surveys or whatever. I haven't pushed hard on getting money for education from you guys yet, but it's a great idea.
Duly noted. Thank you.
George.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also sit on the Board of Fish, and I was just at the AYK meeting, and UAF does have a program, Ben Stevens and the gang, and the front rows were stacked with students, and they're emerging leaders, and it was very powerful and moving. I agree that the front two rows should be students. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, George, for your comments. Any additional questions from board members? If not, thank you for your testimony. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you so much.
And is Adam on? Okay, our next testifier is Adam Smith with the Upperland Canal Advisory Council, and he's going to be testifying remotely.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me there?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get started here. Like I said, or like you said, my name's Adam Smith. I'm a resident of Skagway, Alaska, currently a serving member for the Upperland Canal Advisory Committee. I've been living in the Southeast for about a decade now. I'm just going to dive right in on proposals here and where the AC stood, and we'll go from there. So proposal 1, we went 1 to 8, 1 vote supported, 8 opposed. The 1 vote that supported proposal number 1 supported it with an amendment to add wording that would somehow not require remote areas to be included in the proposal. And the 8 opposed were concerned with the issue of enforcement as well as remote access being an issue. Proposal 2, 9 are in support with an amendment, and that amendment being that the current Fish and Game quiz that's available online be used. We felt that the wording in the proposal was hard to tell if that's what the proposal was indicating and asking for. So we were unanimously in support of it, but we wanted to make sure that it was asking to use that current quiz that's in place. Proposal number 3, 9 opposed, unanimously opposed this one, mainly because of the concern of the loss of the data collection and how that could potentially be detrimental to the future management of the resource. Proposal 4, 9 opposed. This, you'll kind of see a trend moving forward in a few other proposals. The stance of the board was that we really don't feel like it's appropriate until the population estimate of brown bear numbers indicate a healthy population, or at least get us back to what our population was pre-2020, before that unfortunate year. We just feel it's unwise to increase harvest at this time. Proposal 5, the waterfowl season, unanimously support, 9-0. We feel like it's good for increasing hunter opportunity, and up in our neck of the woods, it avoids being out during moose hunting season. Moving on to number 6, 9 opposed. The opposal notes are this results in the early overlap, with duck hunting, and the board was uncomfortable with the extended time without knowledge of how the otter population might be affected. Proposal 7, we have no action, but after there was a lot of discussion on this one both ways. There was, people on the board in each side, and the board decided no action was appropriate due to just not enough scientific information being available to answer the question, and how this proposal was going to impact the resource by extending it on both ends. Number 8 chose to 6 support, and 3 people chose to abstain. The support votes were comfortable with extending the season on the tail end, and felt it would not affect kits, and the increased take wouldn't hurt the population. But the 3 people that chose to abstained due to feeling they didn't have enough information to make an informed decision. Proposal number 9, about extending wolverine trapping season, 9 opposed. Everybody voted against this one due to the late season trapping could potentially affect the denning and the young wolverine survival. Now moving on, just wanted to make a note here for proposals 10 through 29 and 36 through 54. The board didn't feel comfortable addressing issues that were outside of our area out of respect for other ACs and just the blatant not having that local knowledge. So we chose not to comment on any of these. So I'm going to skip right on down now to proposal 30. Proposal 30 proposes to open a fall archery goat hunt in 1C on the southern end of the Chilkat Peninsula. 9 opposed. Our notes for this one are, as here's another trend for you guys. Goat populations are fragile in the northern Lynn Canal, and we felt they'd be further stressed with a longer season. And it appeared that the proposal was directed at getting more hunting time for just one method. We felt that if we're going to extend a season, let's just extend it for everybody. Proposal 31, lengthen the resident registration goat hunt. This is the same thing right there in the Chilkat range. 9 are opposed. Same thing, goat populations, just concern for the unstable populations, and also felt uncomfortable that it was only the resident part of the proposal and how it was just opening the season longer for residents, and few members were uncomfortable and it didn't sit well with them. Once again, that on 31, that was 9 opposed. Moving on to 32, I'm going to skip over this and come back to it at the end. This is our board's proposal. So we'll come right back to that. 33, as previously noted, on the brown bear bag limit in 1C, we feel like with population trends being unclear after the huge take in 2020, until data is available showing a healthy population on this portion of the unit, we felt like it was unwise to increase bag limits. Also, some of the board disagree with the resident-only portion of this proposal, and that was 9 to 0 in opposition. Proposal 34, same thing, same reasons, 9 opposed. Proposal 35, 2 in support and 7 opposed. The opposition were concerned with extending the baiting season into the early summer, as they felt that it may conflict with recreational users, and that it also makes it difficult to shorten the season in the future if there was a desire. And the 2 that were in support supported it because it cuts down on confusion between split season hunting and having the baiting season in 1D and on June 15th, and then the actual black bear season end on the 30th. So there'd be that overlap of time there where guys who had been baiting wouldn't be able to hunt near their baited areas due to baiting being shut down. We can get into that more at the end as well. And the 2 that supported that one also felt that it would open up hunter opportunity. And then moving on from 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, and as I scroll all the way down, we have no action on the remaining proposals. So I'm going to circle back now to 32. I'm just going to kind of give you guys a spiel here. If you haven't made yourself entirely familiar with this proposal, I'll do that now. There are 22 hunt areas in 1D, also referred to at times as subunits. Of those 22 subunits, 9 of them are 1 to 2 point allocation units. Of the 22 units as of 2022, 3 were closed to goat hunting entirely. It goes without saying simply by looking at the mountain goat point map in 1D, which maybe Carl, a regional management biologist, can make available to you guys. These are fragile populations of goats. And while we do have a huntable population amongst some of the subunits, nearly half of the areas have populations that are teetering right there on that huntable to emergency closure line. I won't go down the rabbit hole of explaining how mountain goat reproductive rates differ from other ungulate species. I'm sure Carl will touch on that, seeing as he's much more qualified to speak on that subject than I am. Moving down, the following numbers that I'm going to give you guys were extracted from ADF&G harvest data available online to the public. The numbers indicate that in 1D specifically, hunters are hunting any goat rather than targeting billies. And I'll say it again, the hunters are hunting any goat and not targeting billies. And those numbers that are extracted here are ranging from 2010 to 2020. They reveal that 30% of harvested goats were females. That's 86 of 284 goats. The numbers pulled from hunter interviews post-harvest, these are hunter interviews conducted by the state post-harvest tell us that 86 females were harvested, like I mentioned, and 40% of those females were harvested knowingly and not as a result of misidentification. But to highlight the most concerning year, which was 2016, 13 of the 28 goats that were harvested were nannies. So that's nearly half of them at 46%. An alarming rate, to say the least. So to combat high female harvest, we drafted the proposal sitting in front of you. And much like has been instituted in units 4, 6, 7, and 15, we would like to see the penalty for female harvest. Now I'm going to throw some numbers at you. In unit 4, before there was nanny harvest penalty regulation, the take from 98 to 2010 was 40% of harvest was female. After the regulation was instituted from 2011 to 2019, it dropped from 40 to 15%. And then moving down to GMU 6, Unit 6, started at 20% female harvest. After it was instituted, 12%. 7 and 15, I'm sure you're familiar, are managed together. They were at 34% before the regulation was instituted, and afterwards they dropped to 24%. So a decrease in 10%. So now that I've kind of painted a picture for you guys, I wanted to stress that the Upper Lynn Canal Advisory Committee voted unanimously on this proposal to put it before you. The regulations regarding it, currently taking of nannies with kids is prohibited, taking of males is encouraged. We want the regulation to be changed, as you've read in the proposal, to read somewhere in there that if a nanny is taken in subunit 1D, the hunter is prohibited from hunting any goats in that unit the following year. So to kind of highlight some more pros to this, if they're not screaming at you, I'm going to paint another picture. If we had 50 harvestable points, so 50 allocated points in the unit, where a billy is worth 1 and a nanny is worth 2. Let's say like in 2016, the same 46% of goats were harvested that were female. So that gives us 19 males and 16 females harvested. Well, if we get rid of those females and completely say that this goes through and it works great, and there's no females harvested, that allows hunters opportunity to harvest 50 mountain goats, which is an increase in 46%, and 15 more goats are able to be harvested. That being said, we obviously can't control the weather, predators, avalanche activity, the list goes on, right? But we can control hunter harvests mostly. So why not control it? As reasonable stewards of this resource, how can we not take an action on a proposal like this? The statistics that were extracted are from the hard data from the state, and they're very convincing and largely speak for themselves. As a result, with where we sit right now, we have an opportunity to make a regulatory change that will have a direct positive impact on harvest opportunities and also population productivity for long-term sustainability. I think it's up to us to do our part to help further the conservation and continued success of the cohabitation with mountain goats in Southeast. They were here long before we were, and I hope that they're here long after we're all gone. That's all I've got to say about 32 for the board. I just want to thank you guys for long hours away from your families and your time and the efforts and consideration you guys put into these proposals. I know it's not easy. I know it's a process. That's all we've got. Thank you.
And thank you. Questions from board members? Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thanks a bunch for that testimony. Just a couple quick questions. I don't know if you know the answers. You talked a lot about nanny take. Do you know, were those nannies taken because of the meat is preferred or because they were in an easier spot to access?
I can't answer that. I don't have the hunter interviews in front of me at this time. There were a lot of, and I guess I'll wait, and after we talk about this with the board, I'll talk personally on the proposal because I came up with it. So I'm going to hold off on necessarily answering that, and we can chat about that in a minute.
Great, thanks.
Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Adam. That was loud and clear. My questions for 32 too is, did your AC discuss, instead of just having a one-year probation of not being able to hunt for goats in that unit, that you'd go as far as to just make a regulation just restricting the harvest to billies only?
Yes and no. That question wasn't necessarily brought forward in that, verbatim. We had talked about it being important with what the sustainability for subsistence use is in our area. And we wanted to really just do this as an incentive. So like we didn't want to make it illegal to harvest nannies, because we feel that it would be better for the hunters to at least have an opportunity to have a positive takeaway from their experience and be able to take the meat home and hopefully learn from, as some people would view it, a mistake and do better next time. Whereas being, not just slapped on the wrist and told, okay, you're not hunting next year, like the state's taking that and that was illegal, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you.
Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, thanks for calling in, Adam. We understand you're very busy right now, so looking forward for you for that. I have a couple questions. We've talked about wolves in a lot of places around Southeast and focused primarily down here. Just curious, has the AC discussed wolf numbers or observations? Anybody have any concerns about wolves in 1D, Skagway, or Haines?
Not at this time. It has not been addressed at the board, no.
Go ahead, follow up, Brian.
Thank you, Adam. I appreciate that. I'm going to switch gears on you. What are you seeing as far as mule deer numbers these days?
I can't speak for what's going on over in Haines, but in Skagway, we had a pretty good number. I mean, right there during COVID, when we locked down in town and there was just a few of us out working, there were actually mule deer cruising right down Broadway. There was, I can't say exactly how many there were, but I would venture to say there was between a dozen and 2 dozen mule deer cruising around between the Skagway and Dyea valleys. It seems like since tourism picked back up after COVID with the increased number of buses and trains, the deer are a lot more few and far between, whether wolves got to them or, they wandered their way back north through the pass. I'm not sure. I've seen a few out when I've been baiting, running my bait site late at night, get back to the truck, I'll see eyes and wonder if it's a bear, and then I'll see those big floppy ears. So there's still a few cruising around, but there's definitely not as many as there were, right in the middle of the pandemic when things were real quiet.
Thank you, sir.
Any additional questions from board members? If not, Adam, you mentioned personal testimony, but we did not provide for personal testimony, for remote personal testimony from members of the public.
Okay.
Only from AC members. So if you have additional thoughts, put them in an email, send them to board support, and they can give them to the board as an RC. That way.
Okay.
We'll keep the ball.
Yeah, totally. And
thank you.
Yeah, I understand. I'll touch from the AC then on the one little fragile part of 32 that we didn't exactly come to a conclusion with was we had talked about there being a 1-year penalty versus what it currently is. I believe it's 4, or maybe someone on the board can correct me. It's 5-year penalty in other units, and we felt that we would stick with a 1-year penalty and kind of do a see how it goes thing.
Okay, thank you very much.
That was really, you're welcome.
And thank you for your testimony. Anything else from board members for Adam? If not, our next testifier then will be Devin Dolan. Thank you.
Thank you for having me here. My name is Devin Dalen. I am a Ketchikan resident. I was born and have been raised here. I am 21 years old. I am currently on the Ketchikan AC, have been since I was 17 as a non-voting seat in high school. I am here voicing a few concerns that I had on some of these proposals and other stuff that I had. On proposal 1 and 2, I did not support because of their, it's not quite easy enough for hunter safety and these courses to give to rural communities. Proposal number 3, I do not support because black bears are, the skulls of a black bear are crucial to data. Proposal number 4, I supported as I've seen a large increase in brown bears in this area, so much so that they have pushed black bears completely out of areas and there are no longer black bears in areas. Proposal 5, I support strongly. I waterfowl hunt, have since I was 5, 6 years old with my dad, and I continue to waterfowl hunt. A split in the season would be beneficial to keep both the northern part of the southeast region happy with the earlier season because of the want for ducks in that area. But down here, the waterfowl does not move through really until late October. And there is little to no waterfowl in this area in all of September. The first mallards or teal we see are in October. So if there were to be a split in those days, I would personally, and with people I've talked to, would have them around the first week of October if there were to be a split. On proposal number 8, to extend the marten trapping season, that is something that would be beneficial to down here as it aligns with the current Wolverine season through the end of February as I do trap. Proposal 9 is to extend the Wolverine season to March 15th. I support that. I've caught Wolverines with my father, and we've never had a problem with catching one that was, to our knowledge, that had pups in a den. For the most part, they were males on multiple different years. And then I was going to skip to proposal number 16, the Petersburg Mitkoff area management area lengthen of deer season. Since that is a bow hunt, I do bow hunt, and I think that would be a great opportunity for early season people in that area, instead of having to go to, say, Prince Wales or other areas for an early season hunt. And then from there, I will go to proposal 17, the Zarumbo Island elk. That is, I think the Zarumbo Island elk need to have a harvestable opportunity as they are there. And from what I've heard and pictures that I've seen in videos, there are an ample amount of them on the island. There's quite a few. Big bulls along with cows and calves. Proposal 19, I agree with the hunt structure that was put on in this proposal. It creates more of an opportunity for the rifle hunters to have an opportunity at calling deer, or calling the elk in. Along with 20, I agree that it spreads out the season. And then proposal 42, I agree with. Proposal 43 and 44, I agree with. I authored proposal 44 to extend the goat season down here into January, as I noticed when trapping, it gave an opportunity to allow the harvest of a goat in January from the beach, in that, because you're in an area that has goats for the most time. And then for proposal 48 through 54, I do not support at all.
Okay, thank you. Questions from board members? Jake has questions.
Hey, thanks a whole bunch for testifying, and I know I've got to stand around a little bit with you and meet you, but I haven't got to chat with you very, very much, but I appreciate that testimony. And, a question on Proposal 19, to split Edelton Island. Are you kind of in agreement that the way that the line is drawn, it will allow those two different user groups access? Well, I mean, give me your general thoughts on that again.
For 19, for splitting it was the.
Oh, I'm sorry, 20.
Yeah, for 20,
sorry.
splitting the island, it gives those user groups opportunity at the north end, and if they don't want to hunt for elk on the north end of that island, it gives them I guess it'd be western part of that island, it gives them an opportunity. They don't have to put in for that tag. They can just apply for a tag on that southeastern side. So it separates some hunters out that might put in for either or tag. It just separates everybody out, since everything I've heard, it's a lot of hunters in one area at one time.
One more question. Do you have to, since there's Roosevelt elk and Rocky Mountain elk there, right?
Correct.
What do they go in the book as?
I'm not sure.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna find that answer before the end of this.
Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Devin. Thank you for starting to participate at such a young age and getting involved. That's a really good sign. My question is on the marten trapping and the wolverine seasons. So I don't know how many people looked at this, but they want to align the marten season with the current wolverine season. But if we lengthen the current wolverine season to the 15th of March, that would in turn lengthen your marten season to the 15th of March. Did anybody discuss potentially what the fur would be worth, or if it was salvageable that late? That's almost 30 days longer than what it currently is.
With proposal 9 with extending the wolverine season, I believe proposal 8 said it just happened to align with wolverine season, as it just wanted to be extended to the end of the month. The fur at the end of February, I'm not sure what it's like because I've never caught a marten at the end of February, but I'm sure it would be fine. In middle of February, they're all ripe and the fur seems great. I don't see them going downhill that quick.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? I think you said you've seen elk on Zarembo Island, is that correct?
I've seen pictures.
Oh, you've seen pictures of elk?
Pictures and videos.
Pictures and videos, and, okay. Thank you. Any additional questions? If not, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I'd like to confirm whether we have anyone else signed up that was signed up, and we don't. So at this time, I think we're going to take a 15-minute break, and when we come back, we're going to begin deliberations. That'll give the department time to get set up and get us going. Thank you.